So you made it all the way through Bud's first time, made it all the way through Green Team first time. I mean, that is a pretty significant accomplishment in its own right from my perspective. I mean, very few people do both of those things the first time through.
Yeah, for sure. It's a mindset, a mental fortitude, selection. And then Green Team is like a mind fuck, You are every second of every day, you're looked at and scrutinized. Even now they have a heart rate monitor.
How many deployments did you do with DEVGRU?
5. My whole first deployment was like hostage rescue style, kick the door in, breach everything. If you look at my first deployment video, it's just like hundreds of explosions because we breached on every target, no matter what. And yeah, it was cool. Breach, kick the door in, go in, shooting, guns a-blazing.
You were a sniper there also.
Yeah, the situation that was going on was these Al-Shabaab guys were launching mortar attacks on our camp from here. They had like a little tent and these 4 guys. 2 guys were kind of like eating or something, and then the 4th guy was just kind of like walking around the camp. And so because he was more mobile, I picked that dude to start with. And so we kicked it off, and basically it was like a 3-2-1. So I took the shot right when the guy was kind of like lined up with that tree, and it like pinned him in almost like a seated position into the tree, and it just stuck him there.
Did you hit him like center mass?
Yeah, just hit him center mass with a 308 round with the 300 Win Mag. And it kind of surprised me because I was like, why is he still standing there like nothing happened? But he was like pinned into the tree. So, that stopped them from launching so many mortar attacks against us. Some of that type of stuff I don't feel like it affects me much. Like it was part of the job. The first few times you see it, you're like, oh wow, that's brutal, that's a dead guy, but you just don't think of it much. Honestly, through all the training and everything we do, you don't desensitize to it as like a non-human, like you're a psychopath, but like it's your job and it's what you do, and these are the bad guys, This one specifically, we were on a rooftop and we killed a guy that was shooting at us, and he wasn't like all the way dead, but he was definitely on his way. So like he was done. And those are kind of like some of those brutality of war moments where it's like, hey, do you finish him off, or is it, or just leave it, and that's a decision for an operator to make. But he had a couple minutes left, and we ended up just kind of like, we're just watching, and just kind of watching him take his last breaths, When I'm not good with myself, I start to imagine being in shitty situations where maybe if it worked out differently, I'd be captured by the bad guys, and I'd be the one, looking like that, laying on the ground, my last breaths with a couple of guys looking at me.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He was a U.S. Navy SEAL sniper and JTAC who spent more than 12 years at Development Group and SEAL Team 10. He's got a number of deployments to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. He's the owner and founder of Be Free Craft Ice Cream, which I'm actually really excited to get into the details on what started that and why. He's also a newly minted brown belt. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Chris Fettes.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. We talked about having you on for a few months now, and I appreciate you taking the time to come on. We were going into a little bit before we sat down to record just how busy things get, on the entrepreneurial front and trying to navigate. At first, I think anybody, especially coming out of the military and transitioning into entrepreneurship, owning a business, what have you, you kind of have to say yes to everything because there's opportunities, but none of them are concrete. And now if you're kind of going all in and that's how you're making a living, there's a lot of stress, especially you got a family and Uncle Sam's not kicking you, a few grand every 2 weeks. And so the challenge, I think, is once you get to a certain point, where things are kind of firing on all cylinders and you've landed a few things and it's starting to go your way, is now deciding which things to continue, what's, juice being worth the squeeze, what's worth doing, and then I think most importantly, what's not worth doing. And sometimes those things sound like good ideas and you don't realize how much, hard work. But with all of that said, I know you're kind of right in that, wide fucking open throttle, pedal down, trying to get things done. And so for you to take a couple days to come here and spend time with us is much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm grateful to be here, and yeah, you're correct about all that. I'm really right in the weeds with all of that, with rapid growth opportunities, which we're getting after. Structuring a team to do that is a whole different problem set than my cafe business.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean that I don't fully care. My heart is in that too. But you're right. Like, how do I move towards that while at the same time making sure that's all squared away, everybody's happy there, and all the little dramas and things that start to become apparent as I'm less available there physically, and then having to navigate and figure all that out without building up too much anxiety and trying to stay sort of level.
Well, yeah, and I think the base hit mentality of, if you look at things from like a generational wealth or long-term success standpoint, like those types of successes in business take years to develop, and a lot of times, in most cases, I think what you get out of those, you don't see any return for that entire time either. It's worth it at the end. So it's like you're juggling I need success right now to pay bills and keep food on the table. But I also, if you're only focusing on that, it's hard to scale that or grow it to a point where you can retire off of something you created business-wise. And so it's kind of like a bit of a fork in the road, or there's two kind of totally different game plans, I think, that you have to attack, and you really have to do them at the same time. I know for me, it's, I've been doing this since, 09, basically, of doing my own thing and running multiple businesses. And it's been some hard lessons learned in that vein for sure. I am curious, stepping out of the military and going right into, or not right into, but relatively soon after getting into kind of the business world and entrepreneurship, is there one thing that you find is the most similar to being in the military, developing and working with a team wise? And is there something that's the biggest difference?
Yeah, similarities. Man, a lot of this, both the similarities and differences didn't even become apparent until really recently. Because if I think about my life, it's like you're always going from being a new or the new guy at something, and then evolving into a veteran for any given thing. It doesn't matter whether it's jiu-jitsu or starting a business or the military, going on podcasts. And so I'm starting to really sort of feel where I'm at any given point with anything. Hey, I'm a veteran and all of these things, but I'm brand new at this. But to your point with that, it's like I didn't even see that because when I first got out, you go through a process of self-reinvention or self-discovery, like really just figuring yourself out. Right, that's what I've seen and learned, or lack of that, and you don't ever figure that out, and that's a struggle, and that's part of the problem that's going on out there with veterans, and that transition, is man, even just getting out of the military or starting a business. There's always that one, people telling you, but also knowing, like, I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting into, but I'm gonna do it. And so the similarities didn't become apparent starting out the business because you're just it's lonely. You're kind of all on your own. Nobody doesn't feel like anybody believes in it. Even the closest people to you, and that's not necessarily true. They believe in you, right? They just don't necessarily see what you're going for, what you're doing. They just see what's in front of them. So you learn to accept that over time. But the similarities to the way we operate in the teams and the structure and the task organization and all that really didn't apply much for me until I figured myself out and then went and started my own thing. Like you said, you've been doing that for 9 years. So as soon as I went to go start my own thing, let's say I started the ice cream, for example, out of my garage one day. How am I going to sell ice cream? Well, I'm going to do it like this. I'm just going to do it. see if people buy it, So I just started doing it. And it was totally bootleg. I didn't have any licenses or all that. But then as I start to build a team for something, right, I started getting some help. Now we start building the cafe. Now I've got 17 employees. And then I've got this whole separate thing going on for the distribution, regionally and nationally, hopefully. Not hopefully, like it's happening. We're in the middle of working through all of that. Is it cool? Now I have teams. So all of that stuff now all of a sudden goes, oh my gosh, everything I learned there applies now, and it works.
Yeah.
So now the more I go back to how we structure and do things, very methodically, the why behind every little thing, and do my best to apply it to business, just works. And I think that's why the guys that do go through the fire and difficulty of starting something up and then get to a certain point, like you said, where it's working or seems to be working, and then you just got to keep it building, keep it going. Guys like you, like other cool dudes I see doing cool stuff, with business specifically, like Jocko and, just any guys, Half-Ace Blades, Andy, any guys that I see doing cool stuff that I look up to, I'm like, man, now I'm feeling that as the new guy into that. But it's been years to get to now still. And when I have problems, they probably get tired of hearing me talk about it. But I go, in the teams, here's what we did, So I've kind of stopped saying that to go, this is what we're going to do, while at the same time, I know it came from what I learned in structuring the teams. Everything from the hierarchy, the task organization, to roles and responsibilities, to methodologies about how we do everything. CQB really applies to all kinds of business stuff. Yeah. It's like, whether your finger is on the trigger off safe when you break the threshold of the door, or opposite of that, or your finger's out of the trigger well on safe, whatever the rule is that day, wherever the problem is, the why behind those little tiny things applies to business for sure. So the hardest part is getting people to understand that without you don't have time to explain it every time. It's like, this is how, and it's going to work if you guys just kind of trust and believe in it, and then letting go of things that don't work, just like tactics. Yeah. Hey, we tried this thing, it was a shit show. Yeah. Let's let it go and try something different, like quickly. Yeah.
Hey guys, I want to take a minute to tell you about the Mic Drop Patreon, where you can get the real mic drop experience the way it's meant to be seen. You get completely uncensored, unfiltered, and uncut episodes with nothing held back, just raw, real conversations directly from me to you, without YouTube censorship. Plus, you'll see it days before anyone else, with early premieres and exclusive bonus content that you won't find anywhere else. You get behind-the-scenes access to the show, including pre- and post-show footage, with me and the guest both in studio and on location, depending on what the guest is into and what we have going on. On top of that, we've got tons of Patreon-only perks, mic drop swag, access to exclusive merch, and the chance to submit your questions to be asked at the end of every episode. You'll also get a sneak peek at our upcoming guests, so you'll know who's in the studio weeks before anyone else. We're constantly releasing new features and dropping new content based on what you want to see. For our top-tier members, you get the same Mic Drop Challenge coin that all of my guests receive from the upcoming show, which will never, ever be for sale. We've got quarterly merch that's sent out directly to you, a monthly Zoom call with me where we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, and an active group chat where we all shoot the shit on a daily basis. All of that for just a few bucks a month to support the show. Right now, we're also offering a 10% discount off an annual subscription, which means that you get more than a free month. I want to say thank you to everyone who has already signed up. Your support means that we get to keep bringing you the content that you love. So if you haven't yet, hit the link in the description or go to patreon.com/micdrop and join the team. I'll see you guys in there. Thank you. When hunting isn't about hunting at all, Team Dog features comprehensive and customizable meal plans with dry and raw food options to meet your dog's unique nutritional needs, including digestive sensitivities, allergies, or selective eating. Did you know combining 75% dry food with 25% raw food delivers robust, nutrient-dense meals for your dog? Be your dog's hero with Team Dog. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the two of the things that I've learned is, your expectations have to be a little different. There's such a selection process and so much front loaded on in special operations of the selection and weeding out the people who aren't the right fit. And in business, it's just very different. You're going off of resumes, gut feelings, recommendations. At the end of the day, you kind of just have to say, okay, I'm going to give this person a shot. Can't take people up and throw them in a fucking gear closet. You can't haze them for fucking up, and the expectations, I think, just have to be a little more measured.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. We're going to say something.
Oh, like you just remind me that the second part of that question, like what are the differences? And I think that's
I guess
it.
the biggest difference.
I think the biggest difference is what is allowable as a civilian or just I want to be a good human, right? So the right level of empathy and compassion, but also the right level of boundaries with people. And like you said, weeding out. It's like everything I'm learning is when you start up, it's gonna be a shit show. You're not gonna end up with all of the same people from when you started up. Hopefully you will. And I know I'll end up with a couple moving along into greater things than just this cafe thing. But you're right. Like some people, that's the difference is how you handle the people that aren't that just aren't going to stay or aren't going to be there, whatever the reasons are. And just dealing with a set of people I work with in the teams that there's a baseline level of trust we can have because everyone's been screened and selected through a really specific process.
Yeah.
To include like willpower, and inspiration or motivation or lack thereof, and like the reasons why they're even there in the first place.
Yeah.
So we all kind of align with that. It's probably going to be similar reasons, People in the world like that's not there until you get to a point as a business where you can implement like some sort of screening or selection. But when you first start, for me, it was just like, man, I'm just excited and grateful and happy that anybody wants to come do this.
Yeah.
And you just start,
Yeah.
And then over time, you quickly realize, oh my gosh, like I got to make some changes or this is not going to work. And, the little sort of micro manipulations that happen on the day-to-day are not necessarily intentional. It's just people all have goals, for themselves, or maybe they don't, but there's not enough time to understand that for every single person. You kind of have to operate and then make changes. But that's the difference is you can't just treat people the same as you do in a team or have the same expectations. Like that's the biggest difference for sure.
Yeah. I agree. I think, you have a luxury in the military of understanding that there's far fewer ways that you have to motivate people. It's like in the Navy, it's like if you fuck up, you're punished, and it's like you just push harder. Like if you're not getting what you want out of them, you're harder on them. Whereas, as a business owner, like you kind of have to figure out, how to communicate to everybody differently. Like this may resonate with this person, the exact opposite may resonate with this person. It actually reminds me a lot of dog training in that way. At a high level working capacity, the motivations are generally similar. It's, prey drives, anything reward, toy, food, like their food drive is high, their prey drive is high, they're like everything is high. And so you can kind of pick whatever you want, but in the pet dog space or even in lower echelons of the working dog community where maybe a dog is higher motivated in one area than the other. And, so it's kind of figuring out the balancing act that's there. But super fascinating, and we'll get more into the business here in a bit. Lightning round wise, I'm curious, what's the last book that you read?
Spiritual Warfare. Shoot, I'm trying to remember the author right now. Dan. I've only been reading it for a few weeks. It's really good. It really sort of outlines. For me, it's written after the Ranger Handbook. So
really?
So yeah, I should get the author's name here when I have a chance. But basically, he takes the Ranger Handbook and then and he's a PhD, and he explains spiritual warfare in a way that's super easy for guys like us to understand.
Oh, that's cool.
It's really methodical, and it makes a lot of sense to me. So it was a good read.
Oh, that's awesome. While you're looking that up, if time travel were possible, where and when would you go?
That's a tough one. I thought about that one a lot in my life because it's hard to know if I want to go to the past or the future. I think that I'd go to the past for sure because, guys like us are comfortable going into uncertainty, but dude, what if you just don't know?
Yeah.
And I at least have some idea of what's been in the past. And so
Any particular or specific time?
I think I would go, oh, that's such a tough question. In recent times, I'd go to the 80s.
Really? Yeah, I'm there with you. I find myself nostalgically thinking back to childhood all the time in the 80s and how much I miss how life was then.
Yeah, I've explained before some of the difficulties in childhood, some of the traumas that most everybody experiences at some point. But now that I have the opportunity, one of the things about childhood is it was awesome. Like all the nostalgia of it. I grew up in the 80s. It was like Tony Hawk era. We're skateboarding around, building, half pipes, and man, I just remember the 80s being like a feel good time. Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Movies and stuff like that. For
sure. I think it kind of pains me to see kids nowadays. Growing up, I mean, we rode our bikes everywhere. It was like, and there was 3 shitty channels on TV that nothing was on, and if you missed it, you missed it. There was obviously no cell phones, no internet. Like you didn't spend half the day or 2/3 of the day like a lot of kids now staring at their phone or watching TV. It was like, especially in the summertime, it's like a group of 6 or 7 of us would be on dirt bikes just riding all over town. Like we'd find a construction site and go fuck around on it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Drive by or ride by a playground at a school and spend an hour playing tag, and then like you'd go to a 5 and dime store and get snacks and talk shit out in front of it was awesome, and then you'd like raid your buddy's house and make sandwiches and drink water out of the hose in the front yard and then jump on your bikes. That was like what you did in your spare time. And now very few kids do that.
Yeah. And we're so, with the advent of social media and like honestly, the over awareness, like the over stimulation of everything is like, I don't know still necessarily if all the same dangers existed, but it didn't feel like it. It's like now, we know of all the bad dangers that are out there, everything from just kidnappers to, just all the crime, pedophiles and, just all the stuff, around kids that we're sort of aware of. It's like, man, it's hard letting them have that sort of freedom to roam around. All of the access to the internet and all the stuff that they can be doing when they're with their friends that we didn't have. We didn't have cell phones and stuff. So
I think that's the key difference because it's, with what's in your hand right now gives a 12-year-old the access to the world. But I think more importantly and more dangerously is it gives the world access to that 12-year-old,
Absolutely.
Everything was so much more compartmentalized. It was like really the only danger you had to worry about was somebody in the neighborhood or maybe the town. But you didn't have an ability for people anywhere in the world to access them and trick them into meeting somewhere or whatever. And so it's just up the ante dangerous wise to a ridiculous degree. But
I just remember it being generally fun. Like you said, we all your friends end up at your house for a little bit. Mom makes cookies for everybody, so they know whose house to go to for all that. And then you bicycle out to the arcade or wherever. So
that was awesome.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite quote?
Yeah, I have had one recently. Let me see if I can say it right. It's by William Faulkner. Because I've been using it for, kind of applies to my Be Free sort of branding of things, and it is, we must not claim freedom because. It's let me just remember it. Right. It's like something like we don't claim freedom because it's available or out of necessity, but we claim freedom because we practice it. right?
Yeah.
And that's not the right quote, but it's something along those lines by William Faulkner.
No, I mean, it's a powerful statement for sure. And for sure true. Like I think it kind of echoes Ronald Reagan's sentiment of, freedom is but one generation from extinction. Like it has to be practiced and intentionally put into place and maintained, or it won't exist.
Yeah, the mindset I sense that people have sort of become entitled with, and in America especially, is that it's just due and owed to everybody. Equality and freedom.
Yeah.
And it's not. It just takes work and effort, and we've sort of fallen off of work and effort that it takes to maintain that.
Oh, absolutely. EDC wise, do you carry most places?
I do. Yeah. Sometimes when I'm traveling, if it's an early morning flight, like I jetted out and I was like, man, if my flight's at 5, sometimes checking my pistol, even at my own local airport, can take an hour or more because of whoever you get, or 5 minutes because of whoever you get. So it's like, as long as I know, it's like, hey, if I want to carry when I'm traveling, I got to plan in an extra hour and a half just in case, they put you through the ringer when you're trying to check your pistol.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I do.
Yeah. What do you carry?
Right now I've been carrying the 365 XL version, that the Legion, with a red dot sight and a little flashlight, little Surefire flashlight.
Yeah. What red dot do you like?
I don't know. I go back and forth. I really like the Hollow Sun sets of the different versions you can get with different reticles. And I'm not like beating my gun up like I did in the team, so I don't have to stress too much. We used to have those little metal framed kind of things around any red dots that we had.
Did you, on a pistol, on active duty, were you rocking a red dot?
No.
Do they now? Do you know?
So work-wise, we always, my go-to and sort of the standard that was expected, or that you should have, is at least is a laser.
Yeah.
Right? Just like on your rifle, because everything is on night vision. So iron sights and a laser is what I rocked most of the time. There wasn't really much necessity for the red dot back then.
Pistol wise, what were you carrying on active duty?
I mostly carried. We had these H&K 45s.
Oh, really?
And I was a recce guy, so I wanted a little bit more firepower for like rooftop engagements and things like that if they happened.
Yeah.
Then a smaller 9mm, along with my 300 blackout primary or 5.56 gun.
Was it the U.S. SOCOM monstrous fucking one, and not the compact? The USP or whatever it was?
For the pistol?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bulky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a H&K, kind of a bulky 45 with a suppressor.
Yeah.
Then I just had sort of a fabric, one of those fabric multi-cam holsters that, the suppressor just kind of goes through the middle of it. And I just felt pretty comfortable with that gun. It was bulky, but it didn't weigh too much, and I was already pretty light with my gear.
If you love talk radio, podcasts, and news, the C. Crane CC Radio 3 delivers exceptional spoken word audio. With separate bass and treble controls, you can tune the sound exactly how you like it, and the clarity makes it feel like your favorite host is right there in the room. C. Crane is a returning sponsor on the podcast. Previously, they sent me their Skywave SSB2 to try out, and now that they've sent their new CC Radio 3 over, I can tell you for sure that it's awesome. The CC Radio 3 pulls in long-range AM/FM stations with exceptional reception and includes emergency features like NOAA weather and the 2-meter ham band. It's got all the bells and whistles, clock, alarm, line-in, antenna jacks, memory presets, and it runs on the included power cord or a set of batteries for over 170 hours, making C. Crane reliable no matter where you are. And with the Bluetooth included, you can stream new episodes of Mic Drop, just like this one, on the CC Radio 3 through any smartphone or smart speaker. To order the CC Radio 3, call C. Crane's US-based customer service at 800-522-8863 or visit ccrane.com/drop. That's CCRANE.com/drop and use the code DROP, all caps, all one word, at checkout for 10% off orders over $75. Guys, as you know, I work with a number of different products. One that's easily the most near and dear to my heart from a cause standpoint and a personal relation standpoint is Bub's Naturals. The hat on the coffee table sitting right in front of me belonged to Glenn Doherty. It was a John Deere hat that I gave him. He had it when he tragically passed in Benghazi. And I was fortunate enough to get it back from one of the co-owners of Bub's. He sent it back to me to be able to keep. Bub's Naturals is a tribute to Glenn. He was one of everybody's, he was kind of that guy that was everybody's best friend. I met several people that considered him his best friend, and he was a guy that was impossible not to like, and just, caused happy waves that rippled through every community he was ever a part of. His nickname was Bub, and that's where Bub's Naturals comes from. But it's a lifestyle brand. It's inspired by Glenn. They give a ton to charity. They've donated over $200,000 to charitable causes since their inception in 2018. On Veterans Day, 100% of the proceeds go to the Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation, which does phenomenal work helping active duty and children of lost active duty members go to college or scholarships that they've donated a ton, and they also are heavy into the recreation space of helping people do that, because that's what Bub was all about. They have collagen peptides, which I put into my morning routine every single morning, as well as the functional creamer / MCT oil that goes into it as well. They have hydrate or die electrolyte drink mixes, which are great for pre-workout, during workout, and post-workout to get all the added sodium, potassium, magnesium, etc. that's required when you deplete it. And they now have Bub's Brew, which is a specialty organic coffee that is also very, very good. It's USDA organic, fair trade. It's Whole30 approved, which is the first time that's happened. It's free of yeast, mold, and aflatoxins. Small lot roasted, guaranteed fresh, and it tastes great. Biggest thing is Bub's is a family company. The way that they started is, again, super close to my heart, with him being one of my closest friends for a long time. And I just can't say enough good things about that company, of the product that they put out, why they started, what they give back to veteran communities and the Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation. And I encourage you to go to bubs.com, and now there's a landing page specifically for Mic Drop listeners. Just enter the code Mike, M-I-K-E, all caps, and you get 20% off your first purchase at bubsnaturals.com. So that's www.bubsnaturals.com/Mike. And you can check out the Mic Drop landing page and go support an amazing cause. What type of autonomy, or what level of autonomy did they give you guys to pick whatever you want, secondary-wise or pistol-wise?
I'd say with the list of stuff that we could get from the armory, it was pretty autonomous. You could pick and choose different versions. There was a SIG. What's the smaller version of the SIG?
228.
Yeah, it was like a mini version of the P226.
Yeah, I think it's the 228. I could be wrong, but
yeah. So that one was available with a suppressor too.
Yeah. Did you guys have access to Glocks or no?
At the time, we didn't, and that was a new requirement. That was, I feel like as I was rotating out, we started to get Glocks.
Yeah.
So now they're available. I'm pretty sure.
It's funny you mentioned the 365. That's what I carry. I was just on Andy's show on Friday.
Oh, cool.
And as I sat down, I brought it with me just because typically it's kind of same thing. Like, most of the time I'll travel with it, unless if it's a really short trip and it's a tight window, then for all the exact same reasons I won't. It's like depends on the mood of the person at the counter, how fast it goes, or they're like, "Are you sure that's the original packaging for the ammo?" It's like,
yeah,
yes, but so I'm there with you. But I carry it, he carries it, you carry it. It seems like, Glock was kind of if there was a thing that people switched from coming out of special operations, especially from the Navy, going from pretty exclusively SIG carriers, it was Glock, and now it seems like that SIG 365 has completely taken over. I mean, almost everybody I know carries one. It is a fucking great gun.
Yeah, it's great. The way they developed that is, my opinion, it's the best carry pistol of all time, and I like Glocks too. I know that the whole Internet of Things is just a never-ending argument between SIG and Glock, and it's fun to watch that, but I just don't need to participate because you're gonna use what's best for you. And so I've always trained with SIGs. They fit in my hand. They're ergonomic. I love the way they operate, and doesn't mean I've got a bunch of Glocks.
Yeah, I think when they went to the non double action 226, 228 model and do more of the Glock style, I'm going to show my ignorance. I don't even know what the fuck it's called. It's not single action. It's whatever the fuck you'd call it. I don't know.
Yeah, just with no hammer and no decock.
Yeah. Like to me, that's the perfect mix, because I don't know if you've ever fucked with any 1911s carry wise or that style, but like, Wilson or Staccato or, any of the, what's the fucking Hollywood group that does all the John Wick stuff?
Terran.
Yeah, Terran Tactical. They've got their whole, I think it's Viper, whatever. Anyway, like that style of gun, like I love the way they shoot. Fucking phenomenal shooting guns. But to me, having a 3.5 pound trigger or lighter with the hammer back and a little fucking feather safety being the difference between blowing your dick off and not, like, I'm just not great. I don't feel great having it, so I find myself with a fucking dead man's gun of not carrying one in the chamber and just understanding like I'm gonna have to rack one back before I use it if I had to, and that's not a great spot to be in either.
And we'll go talk about it. I always imagine that little double trigger thing just getting hung like. Yeah, it's not really, to me, it doesn't feel like a safety at all. It's like anything that can pull the initial trigger can touch that too. Yeah, by accident or whatever, and we're gonna get hit up on the internet after this for saying what we don't like about Glocks compared, but I feel the same way. That first double action pull is a safety to me. I mean, it's a very intentional thing, So yeah, I love that 365 Legion that I have.
Yeah. Do you keep it stock or do you have it tricked out other than the?
It is the version I got is it's pretty tricked out. I don't have any other parts or components that I put on it that didn't come from SIG. It's the one Shawn gifted me.
Oh, okay.
So I just traded out the XL that I already had for that Legion version. Yeah. And it's nice. It comes with the SIG Romeo sight. I do like that sight a lot. So you were asking me about red dot sights. That one's really good. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm not the things that we decide or choose to sort of nerd out about. I think I'm similar to you. Like, guns just never was mine. I didn't go to armory school out of it. It was like I really just focused on getting really proficient with what was available and then trying to choose the right thing for what job or role I had on any given mission. Yeah. But I think the most important thing is that I can go argue with somebody on the internet all day about SIG and Glock, but unless I have an opportunity to go shoot and then sort of express, like I can go take any gun in the world and go shoot it and give you a really meticulous review on what I felt. Like, here's how it shot, here's how it sounded, here's how it hits, how it fit in my hands, all that kind of stuff. I think is more important to understand than just the constant argument between brands.
Yeah. I think it's kind of ridiculous too. I mean, it's like saying Ford is better than Chevy or vice versa. It's like that.
No conversation you can have.
Yeah, I mean, Glock and SIG are both phenomenal gun companies. They make great pistols. Like just whatever you like better. I think. I don't get why people argue about it. It's like, who gives a shit? But
I think it's pretty fun until it gets toxic, and you're like, dude, the whole point is to have fun conversating about this stuff, man.
Yep. That's the whole. What's the most embarrassing song on your playlist right now?
Probably, I don't know. Look real fast. I'll just do it in real time. Here's my playlist. Let's go. Gee, I don't know. Luckily I don't have anything too embarrassing, I guess. Here's what I don't know. Like this, I've got a bunch of Eminem stuff on here. Dude, I lucked out. I don't have any Taylor Swift or anything on here right now, but
I think Eminem is still pretty hardcore, so it's hard to consider that embarrassing. But
here's a song "Needed Me" by Rihanna. Maybe that's probably it, I guess.
I love it.
And then so the book was it was the Liber Christo method.
Oh,
A
okay.
Field Manual for Spiritual Warfare by Dan Snyder.
Dan Snyder.
That's
He's
that's
done a
what
bunch of books.
I got like 10 pages left
Yeah.
to do in my hotel, but
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Yeah. Where are you originally from?
I moved around a bunch, so I'm not really from anywhere per se. I was born in Austin, Texas, before my mom remarried, and we started moving around for the Air Force. But I spent the most time in did middle school, high school, a little bit of community college before the Navy in Monterey. So I kind of say I'm
really?
from there.
Yeah.
My family, my grandparents lived there.
Yeah. Siblings?
2 sisters,
2 sisters, older or younger?
both younger. I'm the oldest.
Oh, okay. So they weren't helping you out in high school at all then, probably, right?
No, I did my best to help them out. I got beat up a couple times defending my sisters, but you know, that also, made me better.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Did you play any sports as a kid?
Yeah, I played soccer growing up all the way through high school. Like that was my sport.
Yeah.
I played other things too. And it's funny, my kids are really into baseball right now, but I quit baseball because I got hit in the face with a baseball. And
Oh, really?
got fear and then quit baseball. But soccer was my thing.
Yeah. Did any part of that act as a catalyst for wanting to join the Navy, being heavy into soccer, or was it pretty unrelated?
For me, I think it was pretty unrelated. It didn't become apparent till later that I thrive on teams. Now I'm building teams. I'm figuring out I think I'm pretty good at building teams.
Yeah.
And then the hardest part is weeding out from the team. Is how do you, in the real world, how do you let go of people that don't belong there? It's hard.
Yeah.
But it's easier over time, but it's always hard.
Yeah.
So.
Was there a light switch or catalyst moment for you growing up where not just serving in the military, but specifically wanting to be a team guy, kind of that light bulb came on, and what was the catalyst?
Yeah, a little bit. I never had much intention for joining the military, but we always did laser tag. We always played soldiers. I do remember really getting into it, more than the other kids, really stalking around, So I think that maybe in high school around 10th grade, I just remember a group of friends talking about Navy SEALs. I didn't know what it was. And just, I think really for a couple of weeks there, that was in my mind. When 9/11 happened, I was like, I feel like pulled towards the military. I don't know what to do. That was the only military thing in my mind.
The SEAL teams?
Right, was regarding special forces. And so just that one memory was kind of the catalyst for me deciding which one I was going to go do,
Yeah. So you did, you graduated high school, did a little bit of community college. 9/11 happened while you were in community college, or?
It happened a little while after that. I kind of quit college and was just, picking up random jobs and kind of partying and not doing much with my life when that happened. And then when that happened, it was like a click. It was like, man, this is part of a reason why I need to go do something. Like it's, you understand. I learned to understand the reasons why I did everything later in life, but now when I think back and kind of flying by the seat of your pants, there's things driving you, you're not aware of them.
Yeah.
So for sure, service and just going to action, was calling me.
Yeah. Being an Air Force brat, for lack of better terms, was it something that your dad was excited and supportive of, or was he kind of not sure about you doing it?
I think it was not sure because maybe he didn't understand what I was going to do. Like I didn't make it a big deal that I was going to go to BUDS and go through SEAL training. It was like, hey, I'm just going to join the Navy and try not to put too much pressure on myself.
Yeah.
Going through that selection.
Yeah.
But 100% that he was proud. My grandfather was super proud, especially once you finish the selection. So I didn't really make it apparent until I graduated BUDS and it was like,
shit.
hey everybody, this is what I'm doing, and
So they didn't know you were going through SEAL training?
I'm trying to remember. I think that my memory is telling me that I remember intentionally not trying not to tell them.
Yeah.
Until I finished Hell Week. I got to go back and ask them.
Yeah.
You guys remember me saying anything about
That's
going to be a
wild,
SEAL before I called you after Hell Week?
Yeah. Fuck, that's wild, man.
Yeah, I got to go back and ask them. But from what I remember, I didn't tell anybody anything. I was just joining the Navy to go be an OS, which is the job I had to pick.
Yeah.
Right. And then if I made it through Hell Week, I'd call everybody and tell them, hey, I'm going to be a SEAL, and I at least made it through this part.
Yeah. I was an IS, and so back in those days, do you remember seeing guys from Dev Group going through A school, and you were just enamored with them?
Yeah, because we were in the same
Building.
Yeah, I
Or
was in
on the
that
same
same A
base.
school.
Yeah.
Yeah, right down the street. And it's funny because as we were, none of the guys that I trained with in those mornings made it through.
One guy that I did.
Okay.
Yeah, but everybody else didn't make it.
Yeah, and the guy that was putting us through all of the early morning 4 a.m. training was a guy that dropped out.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. And I remember them telling us a story, hey, SEAL Team 6 is down there. When you guys go do your beach runs and your stuff, your wannabe SEAL stuff, don't go too far down there or, they're gonna shoot you or whatever. Or they're gonna come out and grab you. So that was kind of the first time I learned what was on the other side of that base, and that there was even another SEAL team, to get to after the SEAL teams.
Yeah.
So, what was the question on that one?
Well, just, I remember, when I was at Dam Neck going through A school, and granted this was in 96 and 97, but seeing, glimpses of Dev Group guys, and it was just like, holy shit,
Yeah.
I mean, almost nobody knew what SEAL Team 6 was back then either, but still, like, you knew of it, and seeing them, it was like, because coming from Iowa, bumfuck nowhere, I had never met a SEAL, never seen one, and so that was the first time I ever saw a Navy SEAL in person.
Yeah.
Like, I remember back then there was a little McDonald's, maybe it's still there, I don't know, but seeing a Dev Group guy in his dress blues, and it was the first time I ever saw a Trident in person, and I was just like deer in the headlights, like, holy shit, I couldn't believe it. And
yeah, I saw a couple of them in uniform at like boot camp.
Oh, really?
Doing that stuff. And I remember being enamored with it then. Like, oh, that thing's awesome looking, like that sort of badge of honor. But over at Dam Neck base, I think the only time I saw them was a couple times when they were doing underways flying around on little birds and helos.
Yeah.
So I remember seeing that and going like, dang, I wonder if there's like if I get through this, if I'll be one of those guys flying around on my legs hanging off the helo. And,
yeah, big time. Turns out you were, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Going through BUD/S, like, obviously I've had a number of team guys on the show, so I won't get into the whole process that is, because it's been heard so many times. But I am curious, for you and your BUD/S experience, does anything stand out as being the most memorable or different than anybody else that you've talked to? Did anything happen that's of note other than just kind of making it through training?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think there's probably a lot. I'm trying to think of anything that might be outlying from what everyone's already told about. We know it's hard, and Hell Week and all that stuff. Going out with the guys towards the end and like getting in trouble in town and bars and stuff like that. There was this one crazy thing that happened that I remember early on. I was. In this moment, I realized this thing happened, and you're like, there's no. So we're on the beach and we're getting ready to go do the 2-mile swim. Remember those? And they do these inspections. So you've got your knife, right, that you carry on the little belt or whatever, and then it's got to be clean, and you got to do these inspections. So you're standing in line, and this is all sort of like a beat down kind of thing to make you anxious and nervous before the swim you got to go do, right? I remember that there was a couple times where we had to go like rope climbs because those ropes are right out there.
Yeah.
And this guy, I remember his name and everything and exactly what he looked like. And we climbed to the top, and for some reason his like grips were just so smoked, and he knew he was like, I'm gonna fall. And they're like, slide down. And all of a sudden this like lawn dart, and we all look over, this dude fell all the way from the top of these. I don't know how high those things are.
I think they're 60 feet.
They're so high, and you got to climb up to the top, touch the tab at the top, and then kind of slide down, and then get yelled at a bunch and get ready to go swim. So this guy fell from all the way at the top, and not sure why. Because you can get your legs, the right way to climb a rope.
Yeah.
Is like you can let go of your hands and kind of like
you can
stand
lock
on
it
it,
off.
right? But whatever happened, he let go and fell all the way down and like snapped his arm in half.
Yeah.
And the stress of being in buds and your day to day of what you think about is like we still had like 200 guys at that time. This is pre Hell Week, so you see this happen and you're just like, oh God, like that sucks. It's not necessarily one of the core guys that you're going to go through the rest of the experience with.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
My point is like I had the empathy for him, but at the same time, it was like we were all looking at each other, going like, "All right, maybe we got to go relax the rest of the day because it's crazy,
Yeah. Sucks to be you.
Yeah, and as we're whispering about that, another instructor comes over and he's like, "Get your asses in the water and start the swim." So we go pull up and start this swim while they're dealing with that, and it was like, "Oh yeah, there's no mercy."
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah, that's an eye opener for sure.
Yeah, so I think that guy just he had to medically drop out, and I never saw him in the teams or anything, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
that was crazy.
What class were you in?
254.
And do you remember how many you started with and how many originals finished?
Man, our class was one of those, like, because it kind of kicked off in the fall or something like that before. We had a winter hell week, but I think we had like 204, 205 people. And we finished hell week with like 25 guys.
Wow.
And out of those 25 guys, I think 15 finished the full buds without getting rolled back. And, other guys got rolled back and made it.
Did you get rolled or no?
Later. I did not get
All the
rolled.
way through. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, in third phase, I almost got rolled. I cheated on a pull-up test for Chow PT. I talked about this story before, but he basically you have those weighted magazines, and you're supposed to do 50 push-ups or 15 pull-ups or whatever you do before every time you eat, and the whole class has to go through it, right? And that's part of it. So I was like the last guy, and part of it is also fitting in. We had this whole class of guys come take over our class from being rollbacks. Like we ended up with 40 dudes in our class, and like I said, only 15 of us were from the original class. So it's like now I gotta I got validated and made it with this group of guys. Now I gotta go get validated and make it with this group of guys and fit in. So I didn't want to run in there and ask for guys to give me magazines. So I just basically jumped up there and made a stupid decision to do the pull-ups without the weighted magazines, and I got caught for it. And it was embarrassing. So I just got crushed for, I had to do do a bunch of extra hazing stuff for that week, which makes everything harder. But, I scraped through, I got through it. And, luckily I got through every selection and course the first time. So,
including green team?
Yeah, including green team. Yeah. And, dude, one of the hardest courses I was ever in was the tandem bundle.
That's surprising.
Green course, the Delta guys jump bundle course.
What, I guess looking back and thinking through it, what was so difficult about it in comparison?
Oh, it's so difficult. One personally, my oldest son was due, so that was just on the top of my mind, like any day. And so basically, the risk was like, hey, I'm going to go do this course because our team needs this qualification pretty badly. And at the same time, my son is due. So since they deployed, my team deployed, and I was staying back for an extra week and a half anyways. So I went to the course and kicked that off, and it was just a lot going on at the same time. So, mentally I was distracted and sort of not realizing that course specifically, any jump related courses, you got to do your best to just be really mentally ready because there's so much focus that has to happen. It starts early in the mornings before the sun comes up. You're there. There's so many procedures. It's so dangerous, for every malfunction that can possibly happen just on a regular canopy. Now you have to learn and memorize every single malfunction that can happen with a tandem/bundle canopy, which is a different canopy, right? There's an extra set of toggles. It's way bigger, and a lot more can go wrong. So the stress of learning all that while at the same time learning how to jump, with another guy with full combat gear, or a 400-pound barrel that you're dumping out of the back of a plane, without snapping your back in half. A lot of guys get TBIs and concussions from those snaps when they're learning.
Oh wow!
Yeah, until you get good and kind of smooth with it.
Yeah. Is that what you at the command would tandem with the most as big pieces of equipment?
Yeah, I'd say most tandem stuff is with a support guy or somebody that just, even if people are even if there's team guys that are augmenting us that are that have had their jump qual that have gone to free fall school.
They're not as good as you guys.
I don't want to say that they're not as good. Like they haven't trained and jumped with the squadron over and over and over again for endless reps everywhere we go. You know, it's not just because I remember being in the teams. We jumped like 1 week out of the whole year, try to get as many as we could off like a C-130. So just the volume of training wasn't as available from then when we go to Dev Group, and it's just nonstop everywhere. Everywhere you go, it culminates in a jump too. You know, CQB and jumps, and sort of the bread and butter of assaults and infills. So, you know, you practice getting on and off helos too, but you're riding there. Driving's different, so jumping is just a whole different game and a whole different animal. So the point is, like, it's all at night. You know, real world jumps, most of them. You can do some daytime jumps, water jumps and stuff like that, maritime stuff. But the point is, like, not just them, but any tech, like medics and comms guys, and you know, anybody that's not an operator that's jumping with the team constantly. The standard is that they're going to get tandem on a real world op.
Yeah.
So
So a lot of you guys are tandem qualified then, right?
yeah, there should be quite a few in every squadron. You know, you got to have enough. You just have to have enough to accomplish, you know, a mission with one or two different troops. So you want to have you know, just like you need snipers, just like you need breachers, you need guys that are air guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, jumping out with another person with a lot of gear is hard to do, you know, and stay stable. But and then same thing with bundles, 400-pound thing.
And so distraction-wise, the mental distraction was there. Was that the overwhelming part of it that made that course in particular one of the toughest things you've done, or was there anything else to it?
I think the metrics for performance are so high for that because it's so dangerous. It has to be. You know, and then at the same time, my situation was like the green course is available, so you're going to go to Delta's course as the only Navy guy. And then you also get, you know, I had an instructor that met up with me there from Dev Group who was like really proficient as an air, he was an air god type of guy, and was like, you know, I expect you to be the best guy in the class because there's that competition between green and blue, between Delta and Dev Group, you know, and like healthy competition. But you know, so it's the Dev Group course for tandem bundles is just, it's run a little bit differently than their course, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you know, I just didn't know really what I was getting into. So once I got there, I found out really fast, and then I did my best to get through. But you know, I made a lot of mistakes. The coolest thing is the Delta Force guys there in that course could have easily, you know, had the sort of attitude of like, man, this guy sucks. He doesn't deserve to get through this course, and sort of play it that way. But what happened instead was I made some really good friends and then, you know, a couple of them actually helped just push me through. You know, they were checking on me. They were doing great. You know, they were like top of the class, and their attitude and mindset was like, man, we're gonna bring this guy up and make sure he gets through this course instead of dropping him out. Yeah, instead of shitting on him. Yeah. So that was the first and just one of the best experiences I had ever working with those guys.
Yeah, that's refreshing to hear, because I know the rivalry is pretty steep. You know, I've had some of both on the show, and in most cases, I would say neither party is particularly complimentary of the other. I mean, mostly in jest. I mean, at the end of the day, I think both sides, at least from my experience interviewing a number of each, is that, you know, hey, they're really solid dudes and we love them, but we fucking bust each other's balls like brothers would, you know, and
yeah, that's the truth.
But it's cool to hear that in that circumstance that they lifted you up and it was a team effort. That's really cool.
We're always going to fight about who's better at CQB.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I guess that's one thing I'm curious of. Is the like Sims Jesus Christ, trip over my own dick. CQB training. Do you find yourself, or did you train against those guys Sims wise often or ever?
Not very much. You know, we there was a point where there was sort of an exchange program going on pretty consistently, and you know, I got to the command around 2010, so that sort of shifted over time. But yeah, I mean, sometimes there was a couple of trips where we did go run through their kill house, or they ran through ours. But it just wasn't like like very often, you know. So,
But I mean, it's not unit versus unit with Sims. It's just
I never got to do unit
they
versus
do
unit.
that
That would be
much?
cool.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. We did that with the Singaporean SEALs. I don't know if you ever did it with other nations' forces, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, we were in Singapore for about a month, I think, on one of my deployments, and I don't have you seen their special operations?
Not theirs. I did with some Thai SEALs when I was at Team
Yeah.
10, and then some Israeli guys too.
Yeah, the Singaporean like their facilities are fucking world class. You know, I mean, they're incredible. Like it's a really wealthy nation for as small as it is, and they put a ton of money into it. And like their combat training tank has a fucking GoPlad in it. Like,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, like they practice hooking and climbing in their fucking swimming pool, and you know, I mean, it was amazing. Like they had a ton of resources, but they had some like old dilapidated like stone castle style buildings, like in the middle of the fucking jungle in different spots that they would
Yeah.
run
That's rad.
assaults through. And so there was a couple training days where we would just go fight them. It was like, we're going in this door, you guys are going in that door, and it was fucking cool, you know.
Yeah.
I will say, I mean, we definitely were the better force, but
Yeah.
but I think it would be really cool to see Dev Group and Delta have almost like kind of like how they have best ranger competition, like best
Yeah.
special operations assault competition, where you do a fucking, you know, spy versus spy type battle against each other. I think that would be fucking cool. But
If they do that, I hope there's two versions of that they do. Because if you think about when we just sort of generalize and you're going to go, hey, who's better at CQB? SEAL Team 6 or Delta Force? And I'm like, SEAL Team 6, you know, for whatever these reasons are. Because I've heard other guys explain it and they're like, we're the best, you know, because everybody's good and top tier. But if you put us in this situation or put them in, we're going to do better because of whatever these reasons are, right? Fine. But if we go do a force on force, like tier 1 against each other, I think it's got to be done two ways, because you know what's going to happen. Both units, they got 4 teams in each unit. They're going to stack their team, because they're going to like, hey, this is like a football game. We got to stack the team, you know, to get their best dudes that they perceive to be their best to go do CQB against the best DEVGRU guys. That's one way.
like
right?
a VIP versus VIP or All American, and then maybe a
All-American.
random
Yes.
this fucking troop
Just-
from this squadron.
Exactly, and you pick any one of any 4 teams, because they all change over time.
Yeah.
With just like a sports team is like,
Yeah.
Kansas City is the best, but they didn't win most recently. So who's the best? Was it the Eagles? I don't even watch it. So you could eventually say, but if the Eagles won this year, but Kansas City won the previous 6 years, who's better?
Yeah.
Right? It's an arguable thing. So my opinion is, hey, like have a mediator go, hey, you know, B Squadron, these guys are going to do CQB against, you know, Silver Squadron, this team, and we just go right now. There's no practicing. There's no, you know, getting ready for it. You just go do it, and also have to pick the scenario.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that's a big part of it too. I love that idea of having an all-star versus all-star and random, you know, versus experiment too. But I also think, especially if you get into the more specialized stuff, like obviously if you do like hostage scenarios where it's on a plane, like for sure they're going to be better. If you do a ship takedown, like for sure you guys are going to be better. You know, so it would have to be as neutral of a medium as possible. But even then, it's like, who's setting it up? Do they have a bias? You know, if there's lane graders, you know, whatever the criteria is, could be not necessarily manipulated, but done in a way that favors one side or the other, depending on how it's structured. You know, so it would be difficult, I think, to remove all of the bias. But fuck, it would be cool to see you guys battle it out that
The
way.
content of it would be cool to see.
Oh, dude.
And all the little nuances that people don't
Yeah.
get to see would be the fun part. Where it's like, dude, this constant argument between who's better is actually it should be fun until
until
some guys get real serious and they're like, man, fuck those guys. We're better, and here's my experience and with those guys, and everything's based off of your. So if you ask a Delta Force guy what their experience is, and if it was with somebody that was a shitbag, then you're gonna be like, they're all shitbags. Or if I experienced a Delta guy working with him and that was awesome, I'd be like, they're all awesome. It's not true, So.
Yeah, I mean, I will say on both sides, I mean, because I've had several guests that did the exchange program, team guys that went and embedded with CAG guys and vice versa, and every single one of them said the exact same thing, that they were amazing dudes, you fit right in, and the caliber was pretty fucking similar. But obviously, when you're like, well, who's better? Well, fucking we are. Every guy's like, no, we're the better, but
it's the fun part.
Yeah, both obviously ridiculously high level. But you originally went to SEAL Team 10 first.
Yeah.
Can you kind of summarize what your experience was there, and how long were you there? How many deployments?
Overall, it was an awesome experience. I always have good memories of that. There were some bad things that happened too. We had some pretty intense deployments in Iraq, but I got off to a rough start starting there because, I was all about doing this for validation. So I kind of was back then, I feel like I was one of those guys that was kind of a show off a little bit, it was like a little bit, sometimes just doing too much for validation and acceptance from my teammates,
In what way?
Just on trips, we'd go out and I'd go out and we all go out drinking and hanging out, but it was like, I got in trouble, on one of the first trips we were on, I got arrested in Key West for, sort of being part of a bar fight, you know what I mean? And that was the second one in like 2 weeks, that I was involved in. And so captain's mess right off the bat for that. Had to spend the rest of, that cycle just performing really well and not getting in trouble again. And, to this day, I'm glad that happened because it caused a change in me, a little bit of a shift, a little bit of a maturity. Just kind of get that out of the way early. Yeah. But once that happened, I had a platoon and task unit that was just, I even realize it more now, looking back, like how good and efficient we actually were, even for, a troop at Team 10. And my opinion is we were the best one at that time, but that's also arguable. Like Troop 1 on the same deployment, that was the same deployment that Jason Redmond got shot, and on that mission, I've heard some of my buddies talking about that one. And at the same time, we were in Baghdad going through our stuff. Yeah. So I guess my point is overall, I just thought Team 10 was just, to me, it was the right spot. It's a legend of a team in my mind. All of the Red Wing stuff that they were involved in, were just coming back from that when I was checking in. And so I was like, man, I'm part of this really profound SEAL team, and I was really happy to be part of it. And when I rolled out to go to DEVGRU, once I got through and got there and into my team, I was super excited about that, being a new guy in Silver Squadron, but at the same time realizing like, hey, this is a whole different environment and field, and that sort of homely feeling that I had with Team 10.
How many deployments did you do at 10?
I did 3.
And were they all Iraq deployments?
No, the first was Iraq. The second was a Unit 2, like UCOM deployment, where we spent, the whole deployment training partner forces all over Africa. And that was a good experience too, but just no combat on that one. And then my third one was an augment to Red Squadron for 4 or 5 months, right before I went to selection.
Yeah. How big of a role do you think augmenting plays in ultimately making it? Like, I'm assuming you did a good job and were probably recommended to screen, or does that play a huge role from your experience in getting picked up and making it? I mean, obviously you still have to fucking pull your weight, but did that play a role?
From my experience, it does. It gives them an opportunity to see you, to see how you operate, see what kind of person you are, give you sort of like a little bit of a pre-reputation before they see you in selection. And you know, at that level, the details really matter. So they're really paying attention to everything, you know, from all of those details to how you behave when you're there, and you know how you fit in, and you know where you're at with your skills, and even with your skills, wherever you land in your ranking when you're done, whether you're the top guy or the bottom guy. There's a metric for improvability or trainability, you know, because there might be a guy in the top 5 that's like really good at performing, but isn't as trainable to new tactics and different changes than a guy that's in the middle or lower. And so that's a factor that's in there as well, right? Because it's so easy to go, hey, the top 5 are the best, but you know, then as you see guys' careers advance through it, you see, you know, that all shifts and changes around, just like a draft, you know. Like an NBA or NFL draft. It's like, you know, not everybody's first pick that ends up being legendary, you know, on the team.
Yeah. The first experience that you had augmenting DEVGRU, coming from doing two platoons at Team 10, was it immediately apparent that this was just on a whole different level, or were you at all kind of underwhelmed by the experience?
For me, it was like the first day in a kill house after selection was like, oh my God, this is like,
what the fuck's going on?
What I get myself into, you know, and then you quickly catch up. You have to, right?
But I guess, did you realize that even in the augment phase?
Yeah, for sure. Because in the augment phase, I also saw that, but I didn't get to participate so much. Because just like I said, it's like you could take it as an ego thing to go. At the time, I went, man, I could jump in and do CQB with these guys, you know. And I remember thinking that, you know,
until you did.
Yeah, because there was times where I was a JTAC, so if I wasn't doing calls, you know, outside, which I fortunately got. That's another funny story. I don't know if you want to hear it, but
yeah,
there's I got a lot of work on that deployment as a JTAC. I ended up getting more calls for fire and bad guys killed from that than like their primary CCTs.
Holy shit.
And that was because their secondary CCT, there was a few ops. We were going up in mountains and, you know, like pretty steep up and down mountains, you know, some nights. And I think there was 2 things going on. One of their CCT, one, he kept sort of falling out. So there was one op where he basically, and I know who the guy is, like couldn't carry his pack with his radio any further to do his job. So he was just so smoke checked. So that happened, I think, like twice, to where they finally were like, hey, there's also like some family or home stuff this guy has going on, you know what I mean? So he ended up having to go take care of that, and then they pulled me over from where I was augmenting, which was an outstation, right, for a team leader, right? So we were kind of off on our own, a little remote, you know, supporting the agency operations. So I got pulled over, and then he was happy about it because that gave him more work. So then my team leader was like, hey, we get an opportunity now to go work with a task force as you're going to be a JTAC, you know, because this guy's going back, and you're the replacement, right? And he's like, so
don't fuck up.
Yeah, like don't fall out. You're like, you good? Are you gonna be able to carry? And I was like, absolutely, let's do this. And so we did, and then we, you know, I ended up getting a bunch of calls for fire, like walking next to their troop chief.
Yeah, that's cool.
Which was super cool experience for me. Like, I'm walking with a troop chief, a legend of a guy, you know, and their troop commander, but I got to walk with the troop chief ever. And also it was like he chose me to be the call for fire guy next to him, and not the CCT. Yeah. You know, who would usually be on the other side of a target or with the other team, you know?
Yeah.
So for me that was crazy. I couldn't believe it, you know. So instead of just being a radio guy, I'm doing calls. A bunch of them, you know. Dropped a couple JDAMs on some bad guys that were shooting, you know, we were in a big firefight with on Exfil one night, Apache gun runs, you know, A-10s. I got experience with all these platforms.
Is there one call or even a couple that stand out as being kind of the most memorable?
Yeah, there was one that stands out that's pretty memorable. we were on our way out from a target, and there was some squirters, and there was a lot going on. You know, there's a firefight here, there's a firefight there. Some of the guys that I was working around, I learned later through my path, like how amazing they were. You know, because when you're at a team, everyone's awesome. You know, but if all the awesome guys know who the legendary guys are, those guys are really awesome, right? And so I got to work around a few of those guys, right? But on this night, we're making our way back out, and as we're making our way back out, the tail end of the patrol starts getting lit up from this big building, like this big compound thing with a bunch of fighters on top, a bunch of bad guys. And so as we're walking out, we're having to stop, let those guys like deal with the problem until they're sort of ready to move again. And so it's just started hanging us up, and we're falling behind on, getting picked up by our helo ride. So troop chief is like, hey, I want JDAMs on that building. Get rid of those guys. So I do a 9-line. I stop. I'm like, all right. I do a 9-line. I'm so excited, and it's 2 F-15s, right? And I'm like calling up, hey, we're getting lit up from this. And they're like, yeah, we see that. You guys are, they got a PKM up there or two. They got a bunch of, I think they fired an RPG at the back end of our patrol. So it's like, hey, we're hunkered down. We can't really get up and move because they're on us. And so we do a call. We drop 2 JDAMs as they're on their way down. Like, hey guys, we're 30 seconds. Troop chief's like, all right, hey, 30 seconds. Soon as it's a double hit, right? Simultaneous. And so it's like, soon as it goes off, everybody get up and start walking because we got to go. We're running out of time, right? And the helos are burning. Like they're loitering because we're delayed, right? Now it's a hard decision because like, do we land them somewhere? That's dangerous too, So we're walking out, and then the coolest part was we start walking while we're 30 seconds out. The first one explodes, just this big mushroom cloud, and we start walking. And as we're walking, I'm like, hey, the other one's gonna hit any second now. And then so it's like we're kind of in this movie scene where we're walking away from a target, and 2 huge explosions are going off.
It's the cool guys never turn around and look at the explosion type of feeling.
Yeah. It was exactly, but we all stopped and watched. And I remember watching, going like, hey, I'm nobody on this team, but I got to do this call, and it was cool enough that the whole patrol, is stopping, and I'm like looking on my night vision goggles left and right, and I see everybody stopping and like watching this thing. I'm like, that was cool.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of go, all right, let's go get on the helos,
15 seconds of fame.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, fuck, that's really cool. Do you remember about how far away you were from that when they went off?
I think we were probably about. I was in the sort of towards the middle of the patrol, so I think in total we were probably like 500 meters.
Yeah.
The back of the patrol was probably a lot closer, like a couple 100 meters away.
Yeah. So I mean, that's it rocked you a fair bit, I imagine.
Where I was at, it didn't. You could feel the sort of the blast wave kind of. Yeah. But it wasn't like it wasn't like being close to a breach that kind of gave you a headache. Afterwards, it wasn't too close, but it was like you could feel the heat. The explosion was huge.
And I imagine that the target went silent after that.
Definitely, for sure went silent.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah. The damage was like, hey, you guys can go ahead and walk.
Yeah, you can take your boots off. Before we get into you screening and then ultimately your dev group career, I did want to talk about your Team 10 Iraq deployment. It was your first deployment, right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty busy.
It was real busy. Yeah.
What year was that?
That was 2006 going into 2007.
Oh wow. So like right at the height of the Iraq War, pretty much. Were you in the Triangle region, or where were you guys at?
We were in Baghdad. Yeah. Okay. So we were operating in Sadr City mostly, trying to figure that whole game out, and then bouncing around to like Baqaba and Al-Amara pretty often for other ops.
Yeah. What was the gist? I guess like before you went there, was there a kind of a 30,000-foot view pitch to you guys from leadership of saying, hey, this is the area we're going, here's our objective, here's what we're going to be doing to give you a heads up, or was it?
Yeah, for sure. We got a good amount of heads up because it was a special situation for us. We got to do ops within the network of the Tier 1 network that the DEVGRU guys were doing, because there was just so much going on. So they allowed, non-JSOC guys to use JSOC assets. And so we got to, that was cool because, I would have never otherwise probably gotten to ride on too many little birds and 1/60th platforms too much before that.
In terms of op tempo and the duration of the deployment, were you guys going out most nights? Like, was it busy that way?
Yeah, we were going out most nights.
Was it all assault type stuff, or what were you doing?
Yeah, it was like all nighttime direct action.
Yeah.
With the exception of one hospital we assaulted looking for a guy that was injured on a previous op that we did, and we found out he was there, so we went into a daytime raid of this this hospital, grabbed that guy up. It was that was just pretty easy. It wasn't like a violent raid. We went to the front desk and said, "Where's this guy at?"
Like a scene out of ER.
Absolutely, yeah. Except you didn't have to wait in the waiting room.
Yeah. I guess kind of similarly during that deployment, do any of the operations? I mean, it sounds like you went on hundreds of them, or at least dozens.
Yeah, I think we must have went on 80 or 90, maybe 100.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure, but it was a 6-month, full deployment.
Do any of them, I guess, in two ways, does one or two stand out in a good way where it was just like this flawless ass kicking on your guys' side?
Oh, yeah.
And on the flip side, did any of them go horribly wrong or sideways?
Yeah, most of them, like I said, this troop of guys, I don't know, there was some kind of special bond that we just had going on. You always got your hangups and problems, just like in business. It's like, man, overall, it's awesome.
But this fucking guy,
the team's like, we know what's going on, so I think that's probably true at every level. But overall, like a championship winning team, like that's what I felt like we had, So like even the lowest guy or even the worst guy was great.
Yeah.
Mostly. So there were so many ops we went on where it was like, man, the guy popped off, we had our shit squared away, so we we were on alerts at that point. So if a bad guy pinged, with the capabilities we had at the time to track that, we were like, hey, we're green, we're orange, we're red. So red is going, we're loading up. So the Humvees were always ready, squared away to go. The planners for the helos, like whatever we just got into a rhythm where it was really efficient. So they're like, hey, we're in orange right now, so everybody can kind of go play Mario Kart or whatever, and just know, like, just your kit needs to be ready to go. And we got it to a point where if we were just chilling, not knowing if we were going to go out that night or not, it would pop off and we could be gone in 10 minutes. It was crazy because that's tough to do, because if you fast forward to when I was at DevGru and later in the Afghanistan war for sure, when we started to get really restricting ROEs and had to like a quick, op org or mission planning thing, like a brief before the mission could happen. Like we got it to where we were like 5-10 minutes in Iraq.
Yeah.
Right, with all the contingency plans and everything, and we go. Fast forward, some years to what I experienced in Afghanistan. It was like, this brief is 50 pages long now because guys have had time to impress the leadership with their briefs. And by the time it's done, we're looking at each other going like, do you guys remember what we're supposed to do on the target? Because the comm slide was 10 pages and this slide was, so we had to actually figure out a game of going like, hey, after the brief, we all got to get together real quick and go. Does everybody understand what we're doing on target? Like actions on, most important thing for the operators. And, we got pretty efficient with that.
Yeah. Was there a mission or two that you could kind of walk us through that went textbook, that you guys really kicked ass and it went flawless?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, man, that was a while ago. So many. I mean, from day to day, and I don't remember a lot of the bad guys' names or anything, but there was a network of Solder City guys that were going after that were really terrible. I mean, that was in the heyday of that, where they were, doing things within their own communities to sort of strike fear into people to go, hey, if you help the Americans at all, this is what's going to happen to you. And it's like somebody's head's in a basket, So it was like deep, real fear, among people. Even when we're interrogating people, they're like, they're so afraid to give us information because they're stuck in a bad place. They're like, these guys are gonna harm me if we don't tell them the information, and then or detain us, and then these guys are gonna cut our heads off if we do. So we were going after those kind of guys, and I think I remember one night earlier on, this might have been like the third or fourth mission we were on. We were going out after a guy that was in a little house that had like the second floor of it was like a animal pen.
Oh,
Like,
really?
yeah, so it had like the goats and the hay and all, but it was on the second floor. So the bad guy was like hiding in one of those sort of piles of hay on the second floor, and we couldn't find him. And we're like, we know he's here. So we do the initial clearance, and we find the guy, but then there's a follow-on to another dude in the target that our interrogator, who was really good at the time, hey, there's another dude in this network that's higher than this guy that's like down the street. So I remember our platoon chief called an audible. He's like, hey, we got some time still because we did this pretty quickly. Instead of rolling back, we're gonna use our time, right? We still got a couple of hours of time left, so we're gonna go find this dude. So we go down the street, we detain this guy, we go down the street, get into a little tick on the side, and those guys handle it. So it's like, hey, we're good to go over here. All right, cool. We're moving on. We're not getting hung up on that. And at the same time, there's people in Solder City that are doing recon by fire so that, their response guys, their QRF per se, can start to sort of surround you. And that was their tactic every time. It's like, hey, as soon as we figure out where they're at, we're going to start to try to get around them, try to circle around them. So you had to like be pretty efficient to leave as quickly as you could before you got into a big fight that you didn't want to be in, So on this particular target, we go and we don't find the guy at the house that the bad guy's telling us through interrogation. So he's like, I'm telling you, he lives here, he's hiding, whatever. So we ended up clearing like that whole street of houses, and we find the guy at a different house. So, but my point is that to go do an audible like that and then go clear like a whole street of a neighborhood like that is, you got to be confident, in your guys to do that, right? Because as soon as somebody gets shot or goes down or whatever, it can turn into a shit show.
Oh.
And there's other situations where it did turn into a shit show, but I just remember that we had the trust among that team that like we were going to get through things.
Yeah.
So that specific op, we ended up finding him and getting back in time, and so that was a big deal because when we got back, I remember the head shed getting a lot of kudos for that decision. Like, hey, you went and got two guys off the network because you had a little bit of time left and confidence enough to go after the second dude.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's also pretty rare that you see a regular SEAL platoon and it being your first deployment, being that well-oiled and that cohesive of a unit. Obviously, it happens. I do kind of feel like my first platoon was a little bit that way. Even though there were 5 new guys in it, the experienced guys were all just really solid dudes, phenomenal operators, incredibly knowledgeable, experts at everything, and we're also, I would say, masterful at mentorship and really bringing all of us up to a high enough level. I won't say their level because we just weren't, but we were good enough to keep up with them, and they facilitated that. It wasn't us.
Yeah.
Their ability to bring us to that level was phenomenal. It was also a really long platoon. It was an ARG Alpha, so we did 20 months. Our workup was 20 or 22 months. And, it was like 18 months of a workup and then 7 or 8 months of fleet X's, just tons of them back to back to back. And then we fucking deployed. So it was like almost a 3-year platoon, which to be a new guy for 3 years isn't exactly the fucking deal.
Yeah.
But it was good because I learned so fucking much on that, and we did so many different things. Being an ARG, you kind of had to be you're ready to do just about anything.
Yeah. Dude, that team specifically had a couple deployments worth of that op tempo to get that good and efficient. So it's like I just kind of lucked out where I landed on my first
Yeah.
team. You
Just
know?
fell into a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, because I had plenty of friends in other teams and West Coast teams that like that wasn't the case, and they were like, you know, they wanted to get out of the teams after their first deployment. You know, like this is bullshit. I'm not gonna, you know. So I just lucked out that I went right into, you know, heavy combat with a really good team, and it kind of inspired me to keep going.
Yeah. Was there an operation on that Iraq deployment that went completely fucking wrong that stands out as being kind of the worst case scenario?
Yeah, I brought this one up before too, but we did hit an IED and 3 guys got killed one night where we were
3 of your guys?
Yeah, 3 of our guys. So Jason Lewis was one of them.
Oh, wow.
Steve Doherty was another guy. He was the TIO type dude, the technical surveillance guy, and a combat cameraman. And the craziest thing is the combat cameraman was on his way to Buds after working with us for some months, and good guy. And his replacement, because they were at that time, somebody in the Navy, I don't know who was, they were trying to document some of this, and they had these combat camera guys that were trained up to go capture content, you know. And he shipped back to us because his replacement wasn't going to make it or something. We still and we still needed that guy, so he came back, and then this happened. So he never made it to Buds, but yeah, we were out that night after somebody in Solder City, and we were using Humvees, you know, all the time. We got really efficient with the Humvees and our mobility tactics. And there were lots of times where IEDs missed us, you know, as we were zooming around at night, either in front of us or between the cars or behind us, you know. And at that time we had those heavy jammers going on, which I've got opinions about that too, because there's been so many guys that were around those that have popped just like sudden brain tumors. And yeah, I've got so many buddies that brain tumor thing that was happening from guys in that era. And I don't have any awareness of if it's still happening at that rate, but for sure the guys that were rolling around Iraq and Afghanistan with heavy jammers, I think it's a little bit connected, you know, but that's a side point. So we went to a target, and another time where, hey, we've got more time, and we've got sort of a stay behind, you know, audio device kind of thing for some of the surveillance guys at a different target, and we need to go collect that because it's going to help us gain intel on some of the higher dudes in the network. You're always after those guys as a priority. So another audible, you know, but I remember this turned into a shit show because my opinion is that the senior leadership, the troop chief type, decided not to necessarily take the advice of his platoon chiefs, who are 2 really smart guys, a lot of experience. And so like, hey, this is not a good idea. This time it's going to take us deeper into Solder City and then take us longer to get out, you know, according to the timeline that we have. So they decided to risk it and go for it, be aggressive. So that's the back and forth with operators, is like, hey, you want your leaders to be aggressive so we can go get after it and do work. But then if bad things happen, they can also get scrutinized to go, man, we were too aggressive in that one, and we learned a lesson. We lost some guys, you know. You want to bring everybody back, but at the same time be aggressive.
Yeah.
Just part of war. So they made that decision. We went there, got the device, we're on our way back, and we catch a flat tire on one of the Humvees that's up front, so it causes us to now be driving like half speed or even worse. And right on the last turn to get onto, you know, the main MSR to get back out of Solder City, which there was only one, was where they set up this EFP IED shape charge, and it kicked off and hit like the 3rd or 4th vehicle and killed those guys in the back. And you know, the navigator of the convoy, which was in my truck, Nick Check actually, got us to like a little fob, like a Marine fob that was like right on the edge of Solder City, and that's where we went to sort of medevac. And it turned into a shit show after that. I mean, shooting all over the place. We're hobbling our way over to this fob. We do a medevac. We end up staying there, and then we're watching guys try to set up IEDs and stuff for us on the way out the next night. And yeah, it just sucks, man. Whenever there's a firefight or something that turns into a shit show, it's tough because you got to stay strong as a team to not then go. There's lots of resentments and lots of infighting and things that can happen when you're like, man, we shouldn't have done this or that when something bad happens, and you're looking for people to blame. But war is also war at the same time. So it's like, as a team, you got to get over that and get past it and move on and keep operating.
Was that IED that hit you guys, was that the initiation of a follow-on ambush?
Yeah, it was. We started getting ambushed from the tops of rooftops and buildings and stuff. And I was a JTAC on the op, so we started, hitting some of those with AC-130 rounds. And some of our front turret gunners were just smoke checking, some of the bad guys that were trying to approach on us with technicals and even their police cars that were part of it.
As a unit, after that happened, how much longer were you in country for?
I think that happened. I can't really remember that much. I think that we probably had another 4 months. That was a couple months in.
Wow.
I think that happened.
So it was pretty early on.
I think I remember it was pretty early on, and then we switched and started, utilizing helos a lot more often.
As a platoon, and especially as a new guy, how did you handle that kind of mentally, especially the very next time that you went out? Like, did that play a huge role in your kind of mental attitude and your approach mentally to the follow-on few missions that you went on?
Yeah, for sure. It was like kind of a wake-up call. Because while I'm kind of in my truck doing my job, I'm hearing all this on the radio. Like, man, our platoon chief was calling it out. Like, hey, this vehicle, whatever, is down. A few seconds later, everybody in the back, got hit. We've got like Jason's dead, stuff like that. Is all like pretty intense because I was the guy who did the medevac too, right? Trying to do my best for that, and yeah, I remember it's just kind of a wake up call to remember that like this shit is real. You know what I mean? It's not just we're not invincible. You know what I mean? And just like when you're a kid and you fall off of something, you think you're invincible until you fall. So, yeah, I just remember that feeling.
Have you seen the movie Warfare?
No, I don't want to go watch it.
And I got to tell you, like, I assumed it would be good. I didn't really know what to expect. I'd had a couple, buddies, team guy buddies that said, dude, you got to go see this movie. And, man, I was completely fucking floored by that movie.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard that.
Dude, I am astounded at how good of a job Ray Mendoza did and the whole team, because I know there are a lot of team guy technical advisors and stuff. But, I mean, it's easy for me to say that that's the most raw and accurate and believable, realistic combat movie I've ever seen in my life, and it's not even fucking close. Like,
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling how fucking good that movie is.
Well, dang, I want to go watch it. I get hung up sometimes with going and
Dude,
watching. I didn't watch like Lone Survivor, for example, or American Sniper. Like at first, I did sort of later because I didn't want to get too. I knew my own mentality was like I want to enjoy these stories, but it's almost like I know some of the information and some of the intel behind the after actions and stuff like that. So I wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing too much like picking it apart and getting frustrated with Hollywood stuff.
Yeah, there's none of that in this.
Yeah,
None.
so like that's the first time I've ever heard that about like a SEAL, a team guy, or even like Special Forces movie.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, like I still haven't seen American Sniper. I still haven't seen 13 Hours. I haven't watched either one of them.
Yeah, so I'm like that.
Or I'm sorry, not 13 Hours. I have seen 13 Hours. Lone Survivor and American Sniper I still haven't seen. But
yeah, so it took me years before I went and go and watch those.
Yeah, I will say, to me, 13 Hours. I mean, I wasn't there, but in fact, that hat in that box was Glenn Doherty's.
Oh wow, yeah, that's cool.
My dad worked for John Deere, and sent me a box of hats for the guys, and so I gave that to him, and they sent it to me after they brought all his stuff home. But
Wow, that's crazy.
and then Ty was a good friend of mine too, so I knew both of them really, really well.
Yeah.
And small world wise, on that I don't want to. Well, everybody knows who it is. The agency had a pilot program that Glenn actually asked me to go on, and I said no. But do you remember I introduced you to my buddy Ty because we were instructors together? And he was like, "Oh yeah, I remember him." And I said, "Well, let me link you up with him. He just got out and was just asking me if I knew of any opportunities." So I hooked Ty up with Glenn for that gig, and then that happens. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
So it's impossible for me not to think, well, fuck, if I had taken that, would that have been me? I don't know, maybe, maybe not. But still, it's a shitty thing to think about for sure. But anyway, my point is, the movie 13 Hours, I think, was pretty realistic. One of the other guys that was on an adjacent rooftop, who I was also instructors with, and is one of my closest friends, who survived it, but was there like from minute one. Like he went with, in fact, the movie 13 Hours, the main character that John Krasinski plays, Jack, that's not his real name. He's a good friend of mine. Right after it happened, when he came home, I went and spent a week with him at his house, and he gave me the full fucking down and dirty on it. But so 13 Hours was pretty accurate in terms of the big picture stuff.
Yeah.
But it was very Hollywooded up, you know, with a lot of the intricacies of it and kind of overdone and whatever.
Yeah.
And also, I think, I mean, to no discredit of the actors that played Glenn and Ty, they never met them, so I can imagine that's hard to
do, yeah.
To imitate the nuances of somebody you've never met. Whereas, like John Krasinski went and spent a week with this friend of mine.
Yeah.
And like his ability to mimic his facial expressions, the way he talks, the things that he says, how he says them I was blown away at how good of a job he imitated him. But there was still a lot of it that was very Hollywood-esque.
Mm-hmm.
In the movie Warfare, I mean, I can't like over-recommend or overstate enough how incredibly well done that movie is. And I think the two things that stand out the most for me, not to turn this interview into a review of a movie, but I do think it's that important and that well done. I think everybody listening should go watch it. Is that the way that the guys interact is actually real. It's not that vet bro overdone, fuck yeah, brother, you know, like sounding like fucking Hulk Hogan in a post interview, like that every other fucking movie overplays to an obnoxious degree. The way that they fuck with each other, the way they talk to each other, the way that they act is exactly how we do it. Yeah. And it's the first time I've ever seen that actually portrayed authentically.
Yeah, well, they're trying to portray like the camaraderie part of it, and then just do such a terrible job in other movies.
Yeah, it's so overdone, and this just completely fucking nails it.
That's awesome.
But the other thing is that it shows, I mean, obviously the mission that they highlight, it's, you know, a day, not even a full day, but a day, one day in the life of one SEAL platoon, one day in Iraq. It's a snapshot. But with that, the way that it portrays the timeline and the events and how they happen is so fucking realistic, especially from, it shows the clumsiness that is warfare.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's interesting because, sorry, I mean,
well, no, it just, you know, not everything goes right. You know, guys are tripping over shit and dropping stuff and doing the wrong things, and and like an IED goes off, and it like kind of in real time shows how long they're rocked from it. In every other movie, it's like an explosion happens, and when, from an audio standpoint in the movie, it's like that deafening, you can't hear anything. It's usually like 3 or 4 seconds, and then they snap out of it and they're back into a gunfight. This is like minutes of just complete fucking silence and showing guys being knocked unconscious or almost unconscious, and how long it takes them to get their bearings back and whatever. And it's just like every aspect of the movie is very realistic that way. It's really, really good.
Dude, I gotta go see that, because that gives me some relief to go, man, I can walk into this thing and actually go enjoy it because you said all those things, because other ones I hesitate, and then
for the same reasons,
I hesitate, and it's not any judgment or anything, because that brings me to a good point, actually, of something that I've been thinking about a lot that's going on, is like the controversy between, you know, some of these stories that have also become, you know, Hollywood stories, and some of the guys retiring, getting out that are like legit operators that are going now and one, a lot of it's true is like, hey, these guys have like grossly exaggerated some of this stuff for whatever the reason, or just completely made it up. Maybe, I don't know, but like if that's their purpose to do that, that's fine. But from my perspective as like observing it, is navigating between judgment on guys like that, and then at the same time trying my best when I have an opportunity to tell a story, is like trying to be mindful of. It's one thing if it's foggy and I'm trying to explain it, but in another to go, hey, I'm just going to make this shit up or exaggerate it. And for any given story, there might be some level of that or not, that's verifiable or not. But my point is that that's like a tough controversial thing going on right now. And then and then our egos to go, hey, what does that guy gain from those stories? Like, or what do they gain from that? And then I personally, I still always kind of come back to going, I'm just going to try my best to not exaggerate anything, and for sure not make anything up. But maybe I have or will at some point, and I hope I don't get judged too hard for it. But when I think about that controversy that's going on, at the same time going, hey man, we're all in this together too at the same time. So if this guy has like grossly exaggerated something, he's then what do we do?
Yeah.
We you can call it out and then move on. But if we hang up about it, and it's now up to that dude to decide what the right thing to do is, whether to sort of come clean about it or they don't need to, and they just keep doing what they do, whatever. But with the Hollywood, oh sorry,
no, go ahead.
Like with the Hollywood movie stuff, that's just a personal preference thing. It's like, man, when I hear that it's like it's accurate to some of that stuff, and they're not trying so hard to make it over cool, or our egos when I tell a story is to go, hey man, I shot plenty of bad guys, and I've told some stories about how that's affected me, especially with one specific one with a couple of kids, that I killed. And, I see my peers and other guys telling stories too, and there's always this, there's a human factor. So where I'm at with the human factor is I'm explaining, how it's affected me after the fact. It doesn't mean that when I was there doing it, that I wasn't efficiently doing my job, and that any of that stuff, like I shouldn't have been, that I wasn't capable or able to do that, because now later on in my life, I'm going back and thinking about those things, because they all had some profound effect on me. So when you tell me that about that story, is now I remember the moments between those firefights or things that happen, especially if it's a bad thing, to go think about, man, like Black Hawk Down is a good example too, where he's like trying to pinch off the guy's artery, in that moment, and they lose him, and then like you can see the weight of that on everybody in that little room that they're in, and they tie it to the music, and like, man, I really enjoyed that moment, as opposed to, oh, it's no big deal, you lose guys in war, and sort of the ego of the operator ego kind of thing is, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just we're all in different places with how we analyze and think about all those little things that happen, like every little thing.
Yeah. I think the tricky part is, everybody's experience is different too, and that's not to, condone exaggerating or flat out fucking lying. By no means am I doing that. However, take a basic traffic accident that happens, at an intersection in town, and the police interview 5 different people and get 5 very different stories. How somebody experienced it, especially in the fog of war and the dynamic nature of the things that are going on from so many different angles, can be very different from person to person. But that's different than just flat out fucking exaggerating and saying things that didn't happen. And I think, to me, that's the key is, whatever story you're telling about any of your experiences, just, to me, run it through a lens of sticking your ego in your back pocket and not trying to amp things up for the sake of it making it a better story,
Yeah. And if you've done that and somebody calls you out for being full of shit, it's like, it's just that your personal choice on how you handle that, on what you do with it. You can do nothing with it, and that's fine. But there are a lot of legit guys out there, that are, the information they're using to call out bullshit is real, like it's legit. So you can call it drama or whatever you want, but you know, it's just it's real. But my whole point is that the operator, like, you got to kind of like let it go and accept it after that some guys do that, and hopefully most of us don't, you know, or that you have the ability to go kind of apologize for it or correct yourself, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just this, like, I just brought it up because it just feels like I can feel the weight of this thing going on in our sort of special forces community of guys, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I can't pretend to understand it because, you know, it's like, to me, it's no different than like guys who were never in a special operations unit lying about it. You know, like when you're recounting a story that a bunch of other dudes from a community have been in or on, how do you think that they're not going to notice that you're full of shit? Like, of course they are.
Yeah.
You know, that part, it completely escapes me as to what the thought process or motivation is. But the last thing I wanted to say about warfare before we move on is just the other thing that I really appreciated about it is how much of a snapshot it is. There's no, here's the wife back home that's struggling to pay the mortgage and, you know, or the love interest woven into the fucking story and the note in the hat. Like, there's none of that.
Like, just what's happening in that moment.
Yeah, it's like almost like a documentary, but not a documentary.
Yeah,
you know? But there's no other white noise or bullshit. Even the way that it starts, like there's no like, oh, here's guys going through buds, and then, you know, like there's none of that. It just fucking starts like, and I don't want to ruin it, but I'll just say like it starts like in the fucking platoon hut overseas, all geared up, ready to go, and they're watching some dumb video and laughing about it, and then it goes right into, you know, infilling actions on the objective, and then that's the entire fucking movie is just that operation, and it even ends that way.
Dude, anything that's just the goal is to show the truth in things is gonna hit the best, I think. And anything that trying to do it to make it look cool or to have some effect, you know, on people to sort of overstate how profound it is or whatever. It's like, it's not faking it, but it's just doesn't feel real enough, I guess. So I'm excited to go watch the movie.
Yeah, like I said, I can't recommend it enough. Anybody listening or watching, please go see it. I'd love to have Ray on here and you know,
that would be cool.
Get his take and have us walk us through that whole process. But
yeah,
I'm curious, in that same realm of things going sideways, are there any operations that went that way that you haven't shared before?
No, because, you know, when I think sideways, I think of like guys getting killed is the most profound result of that, you know. But there's been other ones where it went sideways and like we just didn't get the guy, you know. So and then there's plenty of funny things too that they weren't so funny when it's happening because there's danger, but like when things work out, that's when you kind of realize, you know, like, hey, Kyle was walking and all of a sudden you heard like and you're like, what's going on? He stepped in a huge, you know, like knee deep pile of shit, and then lost his shoe, and then had to deal with not having a shoe the rest of the op or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
So stuff like that. Or there was one that I mentioned when we were talking about the Carl Gustav team, the Ranger guys, you know. And so one op, I was another one of those Red Squadron ops. I was augmenting as a JTAC. I'm walking next to the troop chief, but we're kind of behind. The front guy's getting to a big tick with a dude that's kind of like in a tower. So he's like shooting, you know, stuff down from a tower at the assaulters as they're trying to approach the target. So now we're held up and we get a radio call and they're like, hey, where's that Gustav team? So they want to shoot a rocket up at this, you know? And it's also like, hey, we're going to hunker down. And even though we might be able to flank around and come from a different way or deal with this guy, or, you know, drop something from the air on this guy, we want to use that Carl Gustav. You know, it's an actual good option, but it's also cool as shit, you know? So they call this team up and they like can't find them. So, you know, the troop chief's next to me and he's like, hey, can you help them? Because they're right there, you know? I'm like, so I scramble, I run, I don't have anything going on. And these two Rangers are sitting there. They don't know what's going on the radio. They've got the guy who loads the rounds and the guy that carries the tube, you know, and I'm like, hey, they're looking for you guys up front. They need to shoot a rocket at this dude in a tower. And they get up and they're like, their eyes lit up like, oh my God, you know, like we got to do our job and shoot a rocket at somebody. right? So they scramble up and they're like, where are we going? I'm like, follow me. And we run up to the front of the patrol and I kind of get ahead of them. And, I'm telling the troop chief, like, hey, I'm going to get them up there to the front assaulters that need them, right? And so I know who those guys are. They're waiting for me. I show up and I'm like, hey, they're coming. They're right behind me. All right, cool. Put them right here. We're going to shoot the dude. And at the same time where they're saying that, the guy's popping over, bop, 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 like shooting his AK. And, this thing is like right there. It's like, 30 yards away. So I'm just waiting there and I start kind of walking back. I'm like, where are these guys? Right? Because they were right behind me. And I turn around to explain to them, and they're not there. So I start walking back. There's this ditch like that I had to jump over. And I was like, I bet you they got hung up in this thing. So I go, and not only do they get hung up in this thing, the dude who does the rounds is grabbing the upside down legs of the guy with the tube who fell into the ditch and got stuck upside down, and his legs are like he can't breathe, and he's like, like
Jesus.
he's just doing this upside down, and the other dude's trying to grab his body and like pull him out of this, ditch where it's up to his knees, and there's mud and stuff in there, so like his head's buried under mud, and he can't breathe. So it looks funny because his legs are doing this, and the other guy's trying to pull him out, and it is funny now. When I went, I was like, oh, shit. So I go and I like you grab that leg. So we grab the guy out and unstick him from this ditch. And he sits up and he's like, oh, like catching his breath. And we're like, holy shit, and he kind of like wipes his eyes. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, I think he's not good to go. Like he just, almost sort of drowned in this mud ditch. Right. But he like looks over and the tube is now like over on the side, and he looks and he goes, let's go. And he like grabs the tube and, he's like not even worried about what just happened. So we run up there. These guys get they completely destroy this tower where this bad guy was up there with this Carl Gustav rocket. Right. And then we continue the op. There was another call for fire I did on that op where some guys were coming from the next village over, and we could see their flashlights sort of snaking towards us, so we dropped on those guys and finished the target. So
that Carl Gustav's a bad motherfucker, man.
Oh, that thing is so destructive when it's, and that was the right time for it. It's like we could have done all that other stuff, but honestly, even with that happened, it resolved this problem faster than anything else probably would have.
Yeah. When you were at DEVGRU, did you guys ever carry those?
In some of the vehicles, yeah, if we're doing for mobility, if we were using vehicles, we'd have some in there, but mostly law rockets.
Did you shoot them often?
Yeah, I think we shot law rockets pretty often in firefights. Yeah. We just pop it open and fire it.
Yeah, it's a little quicker and expeditious than a Gustav, I think.
It's a lot lighter, quicker.
Yeah. All right, so as you kind of round out your, we'll call it the vanilla SEAL career, right? There obviously, your last deployment, you augmented DEVGRU, and that gave you kind of an insider's look into the command, and then ultimately you decided to screen. Two questions on that. I guess one, had you planned to screen prior to augmenting, and if not, at what point were you like, that's where I want to go?
I did not have any plans to screen. I just didn't know anything about it. A couple guys did that I really respected in my platoon at Team 10, and then they came back with a bunch of knowledge. So I was like, I saw a little bit there, but until I experienced and learned more from that augment about it, then it was like, oh, hey, there's another level to go to. Then I gotta go try. And going through the whole thing of if you fail, you end up back at the team, and probably everyone's going to be judging you, and stuff like that. Is like just get past it and go for it, just like starting a business, same thing.
Yeah.
Not the same thing, but it's like everyone's judging you at all times. Everyone's expecting you. Some people are hoping you to fail, and it's like you just gotta filter that noise out and go.
Yeah. I guess kind of expectation versus reality. There's only so much you can even know to expect having not done it, but obviously you've known a lot of guys who had gone or had been there or whatever. What was the difference between what you expected and how it really was?
Um, I think what I expected was just based off of what I had heard about it and what other people, So I don't think I really had much expectation going into like what would it feel like and look like once I was there. Uh, for me, it was all about just the selection itself. That became my whole world because that's like a year's worth of stuff, And so back then, it was hard for me to think past a year. Right now I think in increments of like 2 to 5 years with business, and even in my life.
Yeah.
And then while at the same time trying to be mindful and enjoy the moments in front of me. So it really became the moments, week to week for me. Like, hey, what am I doing? We got into a pretty good human performance programming when that stuff was all starting to kick off with Shawn over at Little Creek, who eventually moved on to be the strength coordinator and sort of programming director for like the Eagles, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think he's still in the NFL somewhere doing that.
That's cool.
Yeah, so for Little Creek, he was kind of like the guy who I thought founded that, and then now it's moved on to more development and starting to realize how to optimize operators better, with the whole overarching picture. And I don't mean to sidetrack, but a good buddy of mine, he's actually, I think, really breaking ground with putting all of the knowledge that has come out over the last decade with human performance into a book called The Check Engine Light. His name's Rob Wilson.
Oh, okay.
It's awesome. I think he just got some big contracts to actually go now start holding like seminars and keynote speaking for this programming for the teams.
Oh, wow.
Which is awesome because of anything that I've experienced so far to date with these different programs and places and all of it is like the most well-rounded version of it that like easily explained into a little book on how to do it all based off of your heart rate variable and your sleep and your mind, body, spirit, and do it with your workouts and programming and all of it together. So it's the first time I've seen it sort of put together. So. But that's what I got into on my way, and so I was really focused on that. And then for sure, you start to think that you need to, like, I thought I needed to be in the kill house shooting and on the ranges and doing all that, and I'm actually glad that, a trusted mentor at the time was like, don't worry about all that because you're going to start from baseline scratch, pistol clearance, day one stuff, and it's better to just
Not have bad.
listen and do it that way because the guys that came from, like trade at CQB, their failure rate was pretty high because they were so attuned to, the CQB that they learn and that they teach. And once we went to Denver, it was like completely different the way that runs, like the way that you learn that. And
Is there a way that you can say or describe how it's different without giving away the playbook, so to speak, and compromising tactics, or is that too dicey?
no, it's not too dicey. Honestly, there's been an evolution of the availability of those tactics in just the civilian world, and I think it's been a struggle between like the active duty team and guys that are teaching it because the truth is that it's so needed. Like everybody needs that knowledge.
Yeah, law enforcement, SWAT
Dude,
team.
law enforcement, all of those guys, and a lot of those guys are going to be doing CQB like more often in real life than we do deploying for a few months every year or 2 years. It's their day-to-day life. One of my good friends who's a gang unit SWAT team guy was on a podcast specifically saying that point where it's like, hey, we look up to all of these, high-level operators, military operators, but in our day-to-day, first responders and police guys and SWAT and HSI, all these teams, FBI, like all the tactical teams, domestic, need that knowledge because they're experiencing it every day. They never deploy anywhere. It's their daily routine, and they go home down the street. So that's my opinion about that. And so the evolution of it has been finding a way to sort of like respectfully teach it and do it, while at the same time, the teams sort of needing to understand that that's a very important thing that we've learned through a lot of war and a lot of combat that people need to know because it's life saving.
Yeah.
So yeah, but to your question, the way that it's working right now is that CQB is a fluid art, and styles of CQB are also fluid depending on what you're doing. So where it used to be, hey, my whole first deployment was like hostage rescue style, kick the door in, breach everything. If you look at my first deployment video, it's just like hundreds of explosions because we breached on every target, no matter what. And yeah, it was cool. You know, breach, kick the door in, go in, shooting, you know, guns a-blazing or not guns a-blazing, you know? But a lot of lessons were learned that way. A lot of shit happened that didn't need to happen because that was just dumb after a while because in many cases we didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Like, why rush in there after some bad guy? Like, so tactics started to evolve over time. With CQB specifically, you know, two forms of it developed, and it was like hostage rescue style versus combat clearance, or, you know, what's called more deliberate, or, you know, vice dynamic, which was hostage rescue style. And both from the terminology and the way that it's taught, I think I've experienced a lot of it with some of the best training companies that are out there right now. You know, like GBRS Group and Blue Bearing, and some of these groups are high level, you know, tacticians that they're also they're not just doing it, you know, nonchalantly, like we're just going to go teach everybody this. They're actually developing their own CQB methodologies so that they can teach it to very specific people for specific reasons, and every customer is going to be different based off what they do. Like, that's real CQB.
Yeah.
So going to Dev Group and learning that we had to like be broken down to scratch to, you know, to sort of just wash away any preconceived understandings of CQB, right? And also knowing that the teams are doing their best to filter that knowledge down to the teams from Dev Group. Yeah. It was like kind of eye-opening. It was pretty awakening to go like, hey, I learned all this in Green Team, and then now when we go train, it's like before every run in the kill house, before every op that we do, we really deliberately discuss what kind of CQB we're doing, you know? In some cases, we're going to stay silent and as quiet as possible, being really deliberate with CQB until a noise happens of any kind. And then once that happens, then we'll go, especially if it's like a hostage rescue. It's like, then we'll go fast and, you know, but.
Did you almost say Fast and Furious?
We'll go Fast and Furious. Yeah, that would have fit.
We'll go full fucking Vin Diesel on your ass.
Dude, my first car was a Honda Civic. I was totally in that scene in California growing up in high school, where it was like a little black Honda Civic. I swapped out the muffler so it would be that, like just that obnoxious noise.
Tell me you had NOS in that fucking thing.
I couldn't afford.
Yeah.
I wanted it so bad, I probably would have exploded my car. Yeah. But
did you modify it at all?
Yeah, I did the
other than the exhaust,
the muffler exhaust, the air intake, and you know, the rims and wheels, and
no tuning though.
Not any real tuning. This was all just kind of like ghetto tuning, you know, trying to like want to be Fast and Furious.
Yeah, fuck, I love it. Yeah, back to serious shit.
Yeah.
Was a part or any of Green Team harder than you thought it would be?
Yeah. So expectations for Green Team was CQB assault phase, which we already knew was the bread and butter of selection. You know, just like for Delta Force, their whole land navigation thing is like really, really difficult, and the part where most people fail out. So, was a lot more stressful than I ever imagined, right? Because it wasn't the stress of like performance just by itself. It's like you show up every day, and those instructors are like eagles, like sharks waiting for you, you know. And there's no. This is where we talk about like. In some training, you can kind of get away with hiding a little bit, you know. In Green Team selection, there's no hiding from anything, you know. And so you learn right off the bat accountability for everything. And there's no every shot, every step, you know, is being looked at, you know, with scrutiny. So there's zero hiding. So a lot of guys fail out because they'll be they're not picking up on something fast enough, because once you learn something that day, you've got like, can't make the same mistake really 2 or 3 times in a row. You're done. You're out, right? So it gets stressful if you're not so proficient at something, or you're not remembering or picking up something from that day. You might start avoiding it, and the avoiding it is way more obvious to them than not being proficient at whatever the thing is. For me, there was one example, and this is just a dumb example, but there was a day where they're like, "Hey, from now on, since we're doing live CQB, right? We don't want any of the targets being shot twice or on reclearance when you're going back different directions, right? So every time you shoot a target, you got to sweep it down when you walk past it, right? If it's within arm's reach, and you start getting violations for not doing that. So if you do that a few times in a row, you could fail, because it's still considered an SOP that they're teaching you, right? So the trainability, like, I think selection in green team, the point is to see who is the most trainable and can change that easily.
Like, who can follow directions?
You get fixated on something you've been trained into. You think that's good, that's good. But like, if I train my French bulldog, some bite tactic that you teach him, and that gets ingrained in him, and he gets really good at it, but he can't now untrain that to go do a different tactic. You'd fail. Fail out.
Did politics play any role while you were there? Like, did you ever see things like that happen, where guys would, like, either mistakes got glossed over or mistakes got highlighted because the cadre didn't like them or did like them?
Not that I noticed a lot. I think there might have been some of that stuff going on. Like, one of the cadre was an enlisted great operator, and one of the officers we had in the class was like, they were like related, like cousins or something like that. So there might have been a little bit with that, but it's just not. I didn't have any awareness. Like,
It wasn't obvious.
I didn't feel that at all. Yeah, I think it was just really performance driven, and then they're doing their best to assess how guys fit in with each other. Personalities were a big deal. If you just were like just unlikable, just like not a likable person, you might end up a little bit lower, even if you were a good performer. So that's just part of it.
Does that carry over into after, or, I guess, anything that happens outside of training, going out at night, or like,
Yeah.
could guys not, I mean, obviously if you get a DUI or you fuck up, get arrested or whatever, that's one thing, but just kind of in that same vein of doesn't really get along with the guys, doesn't go out with the guys, like, would that be enough to shit can a guy?
Yeah, I'd say yeah. Depending, like, if their performance sucks anyways, then yeah, for sure. And at that level, it's like, it's so important. Like, the trust factor is so important. But at the same time, there's toxic culture too. So, it's like, hey, we can only trust certain guys to come out drinking with us and making bad decisions together.
Yeah.
If he's weird and doesn't fit in and comes out with us and sees how we behave, and then we can't trust that he's not going to go, dime us all out or whatever to either the head shed or the leadership or whoever, then, we just, like, he wouldn't be a likable dude in the team per se. You know what I mean? But then there's others that, there's a couple guys that I really respected that were just followers of Christ already. You know what I mean? They already, like, didn't drink. One of my buddies, he always had a bag of chopped up vegetables. That was his snack, while the rest of us were eating
Cheetos,
carne asada burritos every single morning for the jump trip, or Cheetos or whatever. So, but those guys do fit in because they're good operators, and
they're not causing problems.
Yeah, they're not reporting on guys when they're out hanging while everyone's drinking and they're not.
Yeah.
That takes some time to figure out. So
when you finished and made it, do you remember how many guys started and how many finished Green Team?
Yeah, I think we started with like 80, 70 maybe, somewhere like that. And I think we finished with, like, I can't really remember that well, 25, something like that.
Wow.
27 maybe.
In fact, so you made it all the way through Bud's first time, made it all the way through Green Team first time. I mean, that is a pretty significant accomplishment in its own right from my perspective. I mean, very few people do both of those things the first time through. I am curious, do they call it graduation when you make it through Green Team?
Yeah. There's a graduation.
Could you compare graduating Buds versus graduating Green Team in terms of how it felt?
Yeah, with Buds, it was a little more formal. Like, we had a big celebration. We all went out, a couple different times.
I guess in terms of how much it meant to you, like, did you feel like
yeah. For SEAL Team 6, it was definitely like
a higher level?
Yeah, it was stronger because it was like, man, I just got done with a year of like competing against other experienced SEALs, kind of felt like, and I don't mean any of this ever in like any kind of derogatory way at all, because there's just like my first platoon chief at SEAL Team 10, I think was the best SEAL I ever worked around.
Can you say his name or?
I don't have permission to say his name from him, but I mean, I could say it. We could edit it out later or whatever.
Yeah, well, you can tell me afterwards. I'm just curious, but
okay,
if I knew him or not.
I'll totally tell you, but like I would. He's the kind of guy I need to ask his permission to say.
Yeah, no problem.
He's actually still. I think he's like still. I don't know if he's retired, but he's a 30-year guy, like
Oh wow,
high level CMC type dude.
Yeah.
SOC. I think he was a SOC year CMC most recently.
Oh wow.
Anyways, people will find out his name.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
But yeah. So my point is that graduating, it was really profound with Buds, but also like I had no combat experience. I didn't know what I didn't know. All I did was graduate
Made it.
a selection where we hardly even shot any live. You didn't shoot live rounds until third phase of that. So,
So it's fair to say, Buds is a gut check that shows that you're tough enough to do it.
yeah,
Green Team shows that you're good enough to do it.
yeah, totally different type of stress. It's like you can become a robot in Buds, and third phase I had a tough time with when we started actually learning skills, like real skills. Because I had that one hang up where I was just like exhausted for a couple of weeks. But it's for sure. It's a mindset, a mental fortitude, selection. And then Green Team is like a mind fuck. You are every second of every day. You're looked at and scrutinized. Even now, they have a heart rate monitor on you every day.
Oh no shit! Wow.
Yeah.
Can you get dropped for having too high of a heart rate?
No, I don't think so. I think it's for them to study, just to see where guys' heart rate's at.
Yeah. That would be a funny, sorry, your heart rate's too high. You got to go.
Yeah, you're too scared right
now. Day one of your first day in a squadron as a dev group operator. What's that like?
It was cool. It was like, it reminded me of, we moved around a lot when I was a kid, so you're always the new guy. Every 2 years I was a new guy in a school, right? And then what do? You're going to do your best to fit in, try to, get validation, and certain people can probably just like be themselves and be fine. But for me, it was not the case. It was like I had to, I just wanted to really perform well and be liked, and be trusted. So, showing up was good. Like all the personalities in that squadron was the right place for me to be. A lot of the guys came from Team 10, so I knew a bunch of them and looked up to a bunch of them.
What squadron did you go into?
Silver.
Yeah,
and a bunch of guys were like one platoon guys when I was a new guy at Team 10.
Oh, okay.
So one or two platoon guys.
Yeah.
So I had already, there was some trust factor there already because they already saw me operate.
Yeah.
When I was newer at Team 10.
So
that was great.
Yeah. Is there any of especially guys that you already knew, is there any of that kind of cold shoulder, like, fuck a new guy, like you got to prove yourself, or does making it through Green Team check that box enough to where you're one of them?
I think it checks the box for the troop that I was in, and they kind of take on this thing as like, these are our guys, but guys in other troops play that game, sometimes.
Yeah. How many deployments did you do with DEVGRU?
5.
Were they
5 in a hostage rescues? It was like a month long.
Yeah. Where all were they?
Afghanistan twice, And Somalia, Afghanistan 3 times and Somalia twice.
Were they all fairly similar in terms of operational tempo, or were they all very different?
I'd say some of them were similar with op tempo and others were different. So the first Afghanistan deployment op tempo was pretty good.
Yeah.
Second one was a lot slower with a lot more stringent ROEs and having to bring, 20 or more partner force guys with you everywhere you go. Sucked. The first one was not like that so much.
With that first one, I mean, it's your first DEVGRU deployment also?
It was my first as a DEVGRU guy, and then my second in Afghanistan with DEVGRU because of the augment.
Yeah.
So I experienced that same location where we were in JBAD. All my Afghanistan deployments are all in the same camp.
Oh, wow.
Same area.
And comparing and contrasting the augmentation platoon versus actually being at DEVGRU in a squadron, obviously there's a huge difference, but can you kind of summarize or reduce that to a paragraph?
Yeah, it was a totally different being there as an operator, selected operator. So that's kind of a game that gets played and can be both healthy or toxic, depending on, who you are as an operator. Different squadrons have different personalities. So there's a lot of support guys that are there on those ops with you. Medics, comms guys, dog handlers, and JTAC augments, and even the females, like all kinds of stuff. But in your day to day, if you're walking around to the armory or the supply place or like all this stuff, is like different operators take different mentalities towards that, and even different squadrons. Where it's like, hey, you better be good at what you do, or we're going to send you back to the fleet type mentality.
Yeah.
Or like, hey, we're grateful to have you guys here supporting us, and we appreciate it. So anything in between that,
Yeah.
and it's all acceptable because it's DEVGRU.
Yeah.
But it's really just a personal choice on how you do that. I'm happy I was pretty good about it, because later on when I was a contractor supporting the same command, a lot of those support guys were people that I was working for.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was supporting them then after that.
Yeah. Could you characterize in one word the personalities of each squadron?
Yeah. Shoot, I'd say like Blue Squadron's like a tough, angry dad.
That's awesome.
Like a difficult, angry dad.
Yeah.
Like don't be a pussy.
Yeah. Tough love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red Squadron's like more, I don't know how that's the right word. Maybe like savage kind of fits the theme too. Like they're pretty savage. So if you support savages, it's like you better be good at it, and expect that if you're not good at it, you might, you might get scalped.
Yeah. Which falls in line with their logo pretty well.
Yeah. So do good or you might get scalped. Red Squadron, don't be a pussy. If you're going to be with us, or we're going to send you out of here, back to the fleet. Blue Squadron. Gold and silver, I think, are pretty similar to where it's like a little bit lighter. Like, hey, you're accepted to support this team, but here's the boundaries, and if you break the boundaries, you might get 2 chances before we get rid of you.
Yeah. Whereas the other 2, you get 1 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, and also that's hard to say. It's fun to talk about, but it changes over time.
Yeah,
for sure.
I suppose it depends on who the leadership is.
Yeah, I mean, because this is true. I've got a lot of support guys that were support guys that I'm friends with still. And when I say support, I mean like non-selected operator, because there's some hang-ups about that too. Everyone calls if you're a comms dude that went through direct support to support DEVGRU, those guys among themselves call that green team.
Really?
And the boat guys, same thing. They go through some sort of selection and call it green team. You're like, but all the operators understand that there's only one green team, you know. And then there's been other times where the EOD guys, they are selected operators because they've gone through the whole selection with the operators, you know, but their expectations are a little different or whatever. But and then there's been other times where they only go through part of it, so that creates some dramas or whatever.
Yeah.
But generally, green team is selection for operators.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a hierarchy there, and there's I mean, that's kind of the pinnacle of the command, right? But there's a lot of 5326 Trident-wearing SEALs that are doing things at that command that haven't been through green team, that there is a little bit of that kind of ego pissing contest nature to it.
Yeah, that's correct. And like I said, there's a healthy side of it and a toxic side of it and anything in between.
Yeah. I remember, I mean, as I was getting out, I contemplated staying in and trying to go to Dev Group just to be a dog handler, just because I wanted to do it that bad. And a couple of guys that I was friends with that were already there were like, don't do that. They're like, if you go there for that and not because you didn't make it through green team and they offered that, like, you're going to be shit on constantly.
Yeah, so that's the toxic side that I didn't really like.
Yeah.
I just tried not to participate too much in that. But the flip side is the toxic side of it comes out because I think this happens more in Gold and Silver Squadron. The support guys get a little bit entitled.
Yeah.
And then they'll start to run with that and think that in their minds that they should be treated the same and receive all the same gear so there's a spectrum.
So it's a bit of a chicken and an egg thing a little bit with that. Like if you kind of know your place, it's not going to happen. Whereas if you get too big for your britches and consider us operators as opposed to making that distinction, then maybe that's not going to happen to begin with.
Yeah.
It's more of a byproduct.
Yeah. Yeah. And this question for earlier, we said, hey, how does some of the stuff that you experienced apply to like business?
Yeah.
Like that's another good example because you're like, dude, I learned a lesson. If you incentivize somebody into a role too soon, right, instead of putting them in the role and then letting it work out and then rewarding them for it or whatever, it has the opposite effect. That they take the title and the pay, or they take the title and the incentive in some cases, and they just stop. They're just like, oh, I'm good, and they sort of feels like, yeah, I made it. And then they stop doing the things that you need, just like the support guys, and then you got to kind of learn that to now I go, hey, now I know better how to do it. You bring them into a role, see how they do, and then reward, their performance over time.
Yeah. All right. So that first Afghanistan deployment with Dev Group was pretty dynamic. Lots of operations. Is there one or two, especially if you haven't shared these stories, that stand out as being memorable operations while there?
Yeah. There was one pretty cool one. The last Afghanistan deployment I did, a couple of guys got silver stars out of it. This is like a barricaded shooter, which is one of the hardest situations. This is the ones where it's like, hey, do we send a dog in? There's a chance the dog will get killed, but that must be one of the harder things for dog handlers too, for you guys to decide, like, hey, these things, like, they're tools, but they're also like our buddies.
They're
living, what I mean? Like they're teammates.
Yeah.
They're teammates. So if there's a situation where you're like, if we go in there, we're in a barricaded shooter situation, we're likely to lose some guys or a guy. But do we send a dog in now? Especially knowing, and there's been some hard decisions like that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if you're trying to decide, hey, there's a healthy chance that whatever goes through that door first is not going to make it. To me, there's never a debate, or there shouldn't be, is it a human or is it a dog? It should always be the dog. Now, I'm going to clarify that with, if there is anything else that you can do instead of sending that dog in, you should 1,000% do it.
Right.
On the same token, I think it's also, if you find yourself in that position, and, again, this is a very general statement, like obviously the intangibles of the operation, the importance of it, who's in there, the level of gravity that's resting on your shoulders to be successful and how important that is plays a huge role. to me, those are things that should impact that decision, is that if that probability is high, that whatever goes through the door is probably going to be sacrificed, you should only do it if that mission is fucking critical.
And you need to get that guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, if we don't do this, more people are going to die because of it, then do it, send the fucking dog. If there's no other, if you can't do airstrikes or gas it or, whatever. But, to me, that's the purpose. But having said that, I also think, like if I'm looking at it purely from a speculative, what has a better chance of getting the job done without getting shot, a dog is 1,000% what I'm going to send in too, because they're way smaller, way quieter, way faster. And when they get in, like, that's a fucking tough thing to deal with, So I think they have a higher chance of not getting killed than 4 human beings rolling through the door at a quarter of the speed and 4 times the size, So
Yeah, we did some pretty cool testing with dogs in the little fishbowl. There's a little area of the kill house there that's like just a single. It's like a few rooms, but it's like a mini kill house before you go into the giant one, multi-stories. And we did some tests with different types of lights and lasers and things, and also with people to go, hey, we're trying to figure out the chances that in a room where there's a bunch of operators, a bad guy, but also like kids and other things, and a shooter and a non-shooter in different scenarios, like what are the delays and chances? And then even one where it's like, cool, in the back room there's a barricaded shooter, and testing out the chances of the dog actually getting hit with a support guy doing like paint rounds or whatever.
Yeah.
And then reporting on that, like, hey, as the dog came in, right? And we even did stuff with different lights where, they've got a strobe light or something to distract the shooter, in like almost 100% of the cases, the dog flew in and went right to the barricaded shooter past all those other people, in culmination of like all the training they've ever received. I don't know if that was ever a specific training thing, but they just did it, right? And all the dogs had combat experience too. So, at Team 10, when we had dogs, or some of the times I remember the dog going and like chewing on somebody that was either already dead or the wrong guy or a woman or child or whatever. And what I learned over time just from observation is like that was pretty rare. They oftentimes went to the guy with the bad guy energy, and they just know.
Yeah, they do. I mean, one of the simplest examples I can give, even with your current dog, like, have you ever lost your temper, or not even maybe lost it, but gotten angry about something that had nothing to do with the dog?
Yeah, their ears go back and they know.
Yeah, like even if he's a room away, like, and even if you don't say anything, right? Like you're not yelling, right? You're not losing your temper, throwing shit and breaking stuff or whatever, but you get upset about something and that dog knows from a fucking room away and is like, yeah, I'm going to go fucking hang out over here.
Yeah, and then they're watching you to see when you're in a good mood to come over. Right?
Yeah, so their emotional intelligence and intuition is far greater than I think people give them credit for, especially those dogs. Their cognition's quite a bit higher than your average French bulldog, and but yeah, they for sure understand that, and I think it's a combination to your question or saying you wonder if it's a training thing. I think it's a combination of 3 things. One is training. The more competent and the more you understand contextual associations and how to build contextual associations through repetition to make or form a conditioned response to get the dog to do exactly what you want plays a huge role, and knowing how to accomplish that is super important. Being really, really selective in the dogs to begin with, and having a really, really thorough selection test. And there's a lot of little things that you can do to test certain reactions and the edge of a dog, or the natural forward aggression in a dog that may seem completely unrelated, but like getting in a bite suit with nothing underneath, not naked, but no gauntlets, and in a thin suit so you can see if the dog's trying to get to you versus grabbing material and countering and pulling away. There's a lot of little nuanced training mechanisms that you can figure out how a dog is, and if they're that kind of dog that's going to be well suited for that kind of training and operational environment versus ones that maybe look good to a layman that doesn't know wouldn't know the difference. To that observer, the 2 dogs may be the exact same. To maybe somebody with more experience would see a big disparity. the further down the chain you go in dog experience, the less likely it is that the people selecting training the handlers, et cetera, getting the dogs ready for deployment are going to understand those nuances. And then lastly, combat experience, just like in people, dogs, while they don't have the ability to logic and reason the same way we do with combat experience, they understand that there is still a difference, I think. And I think those three things combined are why you see them operating in that capacity and at that level that you see.
Yeah. There's another example that we did once we figured out that they go right to the guy with the bad guy energy, right? The one. And he might not even be necessarily doing anything. We're just like, make him look like the bad guy and kind of make your mind feel like you just have sinister intentions, right?
Yeah.
And then on the entrance, we started to go, and I know you guys have done this a ton, is now we stack up the dog just like we do in combat, and we test out, like, what are the chances that if somebody's ready to shoot at a team of guys coming in, but a dog comes in first, right, simultaneously, and again, almost 100% of the time, he was never able to get shots off on any of the guys, and maybe a few times was able to, like, zero in on the dog and get shots, but the time it takes a person, a guy, to process what's happening, right? Including if he's just going to spray at the door because he's got to time that the right way to get us. So if a dog comes in first and kind of distracts him, that little split second, little half second is enough time for the first two guys to get in and shoot that guy while the dog's already on him.
Yeah.
And in most cases, they either were not even able to get a single shot off, or they got off a few inaccurate shots out of desperation.
Sure. With that, not to get too far in the weeds, dog training and psychology wise, but I do think it's important to mention is that you mentioned the bad guy energy thing, and one thing I think that a lot of people don't comprehend or think about much in terms of dogs and how they think, how they see the world, is from verbal, nonverbal. If you think about human beings and just think about how long we've been sitting here, the amount of information that you and I have exchanged in the last few hours is pretty fucking significant. How big of a role has nonverbal communication, emotion, tone, inflection, volume in our voices played in that?
Very huge.
You think? I mean,
yeah. Do you mean like in your day-to-day life?
No, just in this conversation. Like I would say that not a lot.
Yeah, in the conversation, yeah.
Yeah, like the amount of information you and I have exchanged, those components hasn't played a big role in what we've talked about and us learning about each other.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you.
So that's basically the human experience. Yes, those things play a role in how we communicate. Now, if we went to the Target parking lot right now and you saw a guy having the worst fucking day of his life, a guy you've never met, and we're in our car and he's 100 yards away, but you can tell that dude is having a fucking day, right? You're gonna be able to tell that just by some of the things he's doing and some of the things he's not doing.
Yep.
So now in human beings, for us to be as verbal as we are, right? In most of our communication, especially in text, like tone, volume, intention, like that plays almost no role.
Yeah, it's hard.
So if it's that easy for us to notice the nonverbal cues and body language in terms of communication, now put yourself in a dog's shoes that doesn't think in a language. They don't verbally communicate, a fraction of a percentage by comparison. Yes, they bark and growl and whine, but they don't talk the way we do, and they don't exchange information verbally or orally the way we do. So now, imagine how easy it is. Like if it's that easy for us to tell when a guy's having a shitty day, now imagine a dog whose entire life is centered around nonverbal cues and body language. Like, of course, they can zero in on the shit bag like that.
Oh, like instantly.
Super fast, And I think, people, I think, don't realize that. But that's something I think to keep in mind for anybody who owns a dog.
Yeah.
In that, putting yourself in your shoes is that they're making those associations with everything.
Every second, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, we can learn so much from the dogs and from just the tactics of CQB and human, like operators, nonverbal cues and stuff like that. And that's what I think is partly missing from when guys transition out and we're so verbal in our human communication. Like even in business too, it's like, man, I've learned the hard way a lot of times, but now I'm starting to just pay attention more to realize that the nonverbal cues are so important for reading people, because even in safety, like just as an example for like safety, like I wish my wife would train in jiu-jitsu so that when I'm traveling, I know she's got something,
Yeah.
She won't do it because she can't be, she doesn't want to be like sweat on from like other people's sweat.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's understandable. You know what I mean? She can't break through that.
Yeah.
But my kids, like, dude, I can't, like, we're going to start training in my garage now before they start jujitsu. They just want to learn some from me first. But my point is that, like, in my day to day, especially with starting a business, is you don't have time to bypass red flags and like bad energy from certain people, you know? Yeah. But when you want to start up or when you need to do something, it's like, man, I bypass some of those nonverbal cues in people. Yeah. And then I learned some really hard lessons. And so, yeah, even to this day, it's like, man, being like a dog and like a CQB operator with that is very helpful in my day to day now. With just, if I feel or read, bad energy about somebody, I can just kind of avoid that and don't even have to waste time explaining it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, on the kind of over exaggerated end of the spectrum, that nonverbal component. I mean, think about, let's imagine we're at a restaurant and you and I don't know each other. We've never met, never seen each other. We both sit down, we're in a lounge or something, and I'll give you two versions of how I look at you, and you tell me the difference. The first one is, if I'm having a drink and maybe I'm talking to somebody and I do that, and that's my experience with looking at you. And then the next one is, like, how long am I going to make eye contact like that? Like for maybe 4 seconds, 5 maybe, before you're like, the fuck are you staring at?
Yeah, yeah.
So again, like, that's such an exaggerated example, but like,
it's true. It happens every
all
day.
of those little things are how you read people. And again, so just to kind of further emphasize, like, if it's that easy for us to pick up on shit like that, like for a dog, I mean, people talk about sixth senses and smelling emotion and all these other things. And to me, it's just, they're just at such a higher level of reading cues, body language, nonverbal communication than we are, that like, it's almost like Neo in the Matrix. It's like their ability to see that is on a whole different fucking spectrum,
Yeah.
But,
and then your accuracy for, that nonverbal cue, like you just did the example, like, and then my accuracy towards reading that based on my own experience might be pretty good, but as soon as we start exchanging words, I'm going to start having self-doubt, because you're going to be like, what? I didn't fucking do anything. What are you talking about? And then I'm like, oh, maybe I misread, know? But what I'm finding is that if I just trust that more often, it's just better. Like, I'm wasting so much less time, dealing with the consequences of not doing that.
I love getting off on dog tangents. I got to reel my own self back in.
Yeah, sorry, it's probably my fault. I was about to tell a story.
No, it's my job to set the pace. But all right, so I'd love to just, if you could kind of share a few stories from some of your dev group deployments that are memorable. That ideally, if you haven't shared before, just so that they're new. But anything that comes to mind that's memorable.
Yeah, this barricaded shooter one was pretty hairy. Because you talk about like things going south, and like it did, and luckily, one guy got shot in the arm. We didn't lose anybody, but the barricaded shooter thing was like such a problem, and where we learned so much, So we're on this op. We're going up in the mountains, up north in Afghanistan, from Jbad into like Kapiza sort of mountains, and long walk. Everybody's exhausted by the time we get there. Lots of ups and downs, like straight ups and downs. We get to this target that's like, it's like this, it almost looks like the Grand Canyon a little bit, with how deep this canyon kind of went down, and this little village was like built into the side of the canyon, right? So we make our way in, not knowing that there's like the floor level and then multiple underground levels of like almost like basements going down the mountain as part of the same compound. So it really gets sketchy after that, right? So get the assault guys, we get in, they start assaulting, they kill a few dudes, they get into a couple of engagements kind of on the first level, and I'm getting recruited into the recce team by one of our like recce team leaders, and so this is towards the end of deployment, so I'm starting to now break away from the assault team to go, like hang out with the recce guys and see how they operate and what they do. So I was kind of doing that, and it gave me a good vantage point of what happened in this op, while the assault team that I'm still part of is down doing the action against this like barricaded shooter. So, and the dog's running around all over the place because this place is really weird, right? And we get down, and couple of guys that were shooting end up down in this like 2 levels down underground into this dark room with a couple different hallways in sort of like a Z pattern. So if the room was set sort of in the middle of this thing, there's a hallway going out and then back up to the ground level, and then another hallway kind of going in an L-shaped corner with other rooms going out just to the exterior of the compound, which was just this big wall with a random hole in it that just drops down into like the canyon sort of on the side of that, right? With no ladder, no way to, like, I don't know what the intention was of that hallway, but there's like, it doesn't look like there's a way to even get down from there. It's just an opening in the side of the compound. So we get down there, there's a barricaded shooter, and we know they've got grenades, and it becomes this really hairy problem where the assault team's stacked up in this hallway going both ways in this room tucked away in the middle where we can't see the bad guys, but we know they're in there. And every time we're, toss a couple grenades around, they start lighting up the wall with AKs, right? And we're like, fuck, this is a hard problem, right? And they're pretty high up on the network, so we want to get them. We don't want to. The thing that's hard about not getting the guy you're after is like you just did all that work, hiked all that way, like only to leave. It's just so we're being aggressive and we're gonna get these guys, and we get a couple both assault team leaders come down there, and they're like they both got a lot of experience. One came from Blue Squadron before Silver, one came from Red, and they're like competing for who's gonna T-bomb, thermobaric grenade this room, right? Which would have had a really good effect because it was down, it was contained. It really would have had a good effect. So they start to do that, and as we're creeping around trying to do that, they just keep getting lit up on the wall, right? And the dog's trying to go in there. We're like, hey, wait on the dog. Let's try to get a T-bomb in there first. So as we're doing that, I think they like hucked out a grenade and one guy, and they threw it the wrong direction, thinking we were on the other side of the hallway instead of this side. Because every time they did it, we'd all just kind of back out, right, and not go full assault into there. So we're playing the whole barricaded shooter game, just being really patient, getting reactions from these guys. And that was one of my first real... I experienced some barricaded shooters, but it was a pretty simple problem. The way the structure was set up with it, like, this one was tough. I was like, damn, there's no other way into that room. If we can't really drop on it because it's multiple levels down, we won't get them, So they toss it. One of the recce guys that was up sort of the stairwell that leads up got fragged like in the leg from that grenade. So he pulls up, and eventually the two team leaders just go, hey, we're just going to run up and toss a T-bomb into this thing. And so it's like 3, 2, 1, go. So one of the team leaders dips into a room that's over to the side. The other one kind of comes up, throws a T-bomb in. It hits the wall and kind of bink, 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 doesn't make it. And we're like, oh, shit. So we duck back. It goes off, knocks the door that the other team leader was in over on him. So now he's like stuck under this heavy-ass, like thick wood door or whatever it was made out of. And, now a couple of assaulters go left to get that off of him and sort of dip into that room and clear him. And then at the same time, the guys are lighting up the wall, across from them, thinking that we're going to come in and assault. So we're like, okay, we got to get another one in there. So now, cool, 3, 2, 1, he gets one in there, and it blows up one of the two guys. But as it's going off, now there is one of the assaulters that was in that room, like kind of a real beast of an operator type dude. Like he was like Arnold Schwarzenegger, just like jacked kind of guy. Is like peeling down the hallway the other direction to that opening, which he doesn't know what's out there, but there's other rooms down there, and he's trying to find a better position, right? At the same time, one of the two bad guys peels around into that hallway and starts lighting up down the hallway towards that guy. And so he like kind of turns and just, I was on the outside of this seeing like bullets spraying out of that hole in the hallway, going like, oh shit, shit's still going down in there. And as the bullets are spraying out, this Hulk of an operator, he dives out to get out of it, and like full, like he's vertical
Superman
or
style.
he's horizontal, and he just goes whoo, and then it's like a 7-foot drop and just like lands on a bunch of rocks at the bottom of this thing. And then I was like, oh shit. So I started to scramble down to go help him. I was like, he's for sure going to be either shot up, you know, or fucked up from breaking something. Cause that was like, just imagine jumping off with all your kit, you know, 7 feet down and then like just landing on rocks. Yeah. And as I'm making my way over there, he just gets up and dusts himself off. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, are you all right? You know? And so that T-bomb worked. He ended up killing those guys. And it was a hairy mess. Both of those, there was a lot more that happened in that scenario, but both of those team leaders ended up getting silver stars.
Wow.
Because they were just like risking themselves. And, you know, we couldn't have known what else was going on in there with those guys. But there was a team of assaulters that was getting ready to go populate those hallways to do clearance. And these two team leaders stopped them. And we're like, hey, let's like, basically, you guys just hold up there. It's just too risky. And us first two guys are going to go because if anything happens, at least only 2 of us are going to get killed.
That's inspiring as fuck, man, to hear that. Like
it was pretty amazing. It was pretty badass. You know,
have you ever found yourself in positions like of all of the missions you did at DEVGRU where you run into a situation like that and you guys actually do determine this isn't fucking worth it. Let's just fucking back out and live to fight another day. Did you find yourself in positions like that?
Yeah, I think we did that a couple of times. We did it in Iraq a couple of times where like the EOD guys will call landslide. It's like, hey, this place is rigged up, and he's, you know, one of our EOD guys was finding like wires all over this place, and so we're like, hey, we just backed off. But back then in Iraq, the ROEs were like pretty stringent in that war. It was like collateral damage was like 20 before there was even any shooter statements or anything. So it was like, of course, we didn't train to kill 20 people every time we went out, right? That would be bad. But if there was some collateral damage, like it was just war at that time. So, but there was a couple of times where we're like, hey, it was a lot easier to back out and just drop a bomb on that. But once we started getting into the strict ROEs of Afghanistan, it was a lot harder for a ground force commander to make that decision, knowing that like the collateral damage was 0, you know?
Yeah.
So it actually resulted in what the general public or like staff, you know, decision makers for ROEs in America wouldn't realize is the effect of those stricter ROEs in a war like that. And now we know all the politics of it and all the opium trade bullshit and uncovering how much funding has been going to the Taliban, knowing that it's for the opium trade or whatever, you know, and all the bullshit of the 20-year war that we now know, right? What they didn't realize is that fucking around with ROEs like that for those causes is like, that's why these 2 guys either got 2 silver stars or would have gotten killed so that their team could go like accomplish this mission after these guys that we're after. So it's like you're starting to make decisions when we could have backed out and dropped a bomb or something, you know?
Yeah.
So, but that operator that jumped out got up and he was actually shot in the arm from one of those rounds. He's so fucking muscular that it lodged into his shoulder. And
I assume you can't say his name, right?
His name's Chad. I won't say his last name, just only because I haven't asked those guys permission.
Yeah.
So he was one of the most badass motherfuckers too that I ever worked with, and he continued on and became a troop chief, and probably beyond that, I wouldn't doubt if he becomes like the command CMC and even further after that. But he dusted himself up and then ran back around to join the team. Like after that.
So, pipe hitter, man.
That was the definition of a pipe hitter. That of anything I ever saw, that dude getting shot in the arm as he was diving out and then just gets up after that was a definition of a pipe hitter to me.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting as I get older and, you know, being a father and looking back on when I was, you know, in my 20s in Iraq, chomping at the bit to operate and, you know, wanting to just push the fucking envelope in every way. I was very fortunate here just last week, actually, to interview Vice Admiral Harward. I don't know if you know.
Oh, cool. You didn't catch that one.
Yeah. And it was fascinating because he was my CO the day I checked into SEAL Team 3, and then he was the Commodore when we went into Iraq. being a lowly enlisted sled dog guy in a platoon while he was the guy at the helm making the decisions, it was really cool to kind of bounce our perspectives of what was going on, why it was going on, et cetera, back and forth, because they were polar opposites. And that was one of the questions I asked him, and one I would ask you is that, from our perspective, there were times, not the entire campaign, but there were times when we were there where we felt like you were holding us back and it pissed us off.
Mm-hmm.
And what he told me resonated a ton. I think it resonates now. I don't know that it would have then, or I wouldn't have grasped it the way I do now, again, being a dad, a business owner, and just pushing 50 years old. But he said, there were even questions in his mind at that level as to whether or not we should even be there. He's like, now I would never have communicated that down, because the last thing I want to do is have any doubts in your guys' mind, because that's not going to do anybody any good. The fact is, we're here. This is what we're being told to do, and it's my job to bring everybody home and be as successful as possible. And by sowing resentment or discontent or second guessing isn't going to help any of those things. So I understood that, but also he said, each individual mission, we're always, when you're in my position, him, not me, you're constantly weighing the gravity of the mission and how important it is to accomplish it, and what the risks are, and if they're worth it. And he's like, and in my mind, your guys' lives aren't worth a lot of the things that we were being asked to do. And while I know that's frustrating for you, he's like, I don't want to lose you guys for shit that doesn't need to really get done. As much as you want to do it, every time you go do something, you're flipping a fucking coin as to whether or not you come back.
Yeah.
And to me, it was just like, to hear him say that, like at that level, and know that that was what's going through his mind, it gave me a completely different perspective and a really, really high level of respect for him.
Yeah.
It was a really refreshing answer. One, to hear like, hey, we had our doubts too. And there's times where we're trying to decide, like the intel that's coming in that we're corroborating from all these different intelligence sources and what they say you guys are going into, and then saying, okay, well, is it really worth risking our guys? He's like, even if you remove the human component, the fact that you guys are lives, he said, even if you looked at it purely from a business standpoint of how much money we have into each and every one of you guys, and how hard it is, how long it takes to get a guy that says, hey, I want to be a SEAL, until you're operationally in a combat environment like that is not an easy thing to accomplish. He's like, it's just not worth it, and I just never, maybe it's dumb for me to have never looked at it that way. I just never looked at it that way.
Yeah.
But I do now, and it made sense. And I actually really respect the fact that he thought that way. My question to you is, especially being at that level, and one of the things you mentioned that resonated with me is that, we walked all that way. We went through all this work and planning and whatever to get to this point, only to back out. It kind of reminds me of like, don't stay, in relation to staying in a marriage that you shouldn't, like, don't stay, in a bad relationship just because you've spent so much time doing it. Like, it kind of reminds me of that same thing. But I would ask you, like, put you in the CO of SEAL Team 6's shoes or whatever. Like, would you view it as that way in that particular instance? Like, yeah, we need to get this guy, but it's not worth risking losing our guys. Let's back out and fucking just bomb the place. Like, would you look at it that way?
Yeah, it's such a hard balance that, there's a whole game between officers and enlisted guys where you're like, hey, the fun thing to talk about is like, if you want to be a shooter and an assaulter, like you got to be enlisted, because the officers don't shoot, or they're not supposed to, right?
Yeah.
If there's a firefight or something, but like generally, for us, it's like
they should be looking, and
they're hanging around outside doing comms, setting it all up while the assaulters are inside doing all this stuff, and then when it's clear, they come in, right? But fast forward to now, where I'm done and I'm looking back on things and thinking about my past life and going, God, it must have been such a hard thing for them to balance to, one, know a little bit more truth about everything than we do as operators, because all we need to know is who the fuck we're going after. Who we're going to get, how we're going to get there, right? And when we get there, how are we going to get to him? What kind of assault are we going to do, And then all the afterwards, okay, cool. Once we got him, how are we going to get, where are we going to go? We're going to get to the helos, whatever. And it's really all you had time to do if you wanted to be really good at your job, you know. But then when you start doing outstation stuff and the war started to get, you know, picked apart with ROEs and it just became very obvious that there was other, you know, joint staff level decisions being made on why we were there and what we're doing. That became obvious over time. That's the moment I think that it must have gotten really hard for officers at whatever level, whether junior or the damn CO, to balance the team, the mindset of the team, because, you know, like if you do too much of that, where, like you said, he held back a lot of the information because he didn't want to create resentments and things like that in his guys or unnecessary stress. But sometimes guys will get angry because you're like, dude, I'm pissed off because you're not telling me the truth behind what the fuck we're doing here. This deployment, are we here to build hearts and minds or whatever they used to call it, you know, say? Because they used to fucking tell us that shit. You know, like, hey, this deployment, we're teaching these guys, these partner force dudes, how to operate, and then taking them on operations, knowing that damn well that they couldn't conduct it without us doing part of the assault. So that was where the game got really hard, where it was like, hey, we're reporting that they're doing everything, but everybody at the highest level knows that we're doing we're doing it with them, right? Yeah, so my opinion about that question is just like, I totally understand it and have a different respect, you know, for it. It was just a hard thing to balance, but, you know, try my best to not hold too much resentment for one. If anybody says, I've got buddies that, like a couple MARSOC buddies that run a fun podcast to watch called Strange Times or something like that, where they're picking apart, you know, different conspiracy theories and different things, and they seem angry, you know, about the war being like, what the fuck were we doing there? It was a waste of time, half of it or more than half of it. And I bring myself to believe that I'm not going to let myself believe that any moment of it was a waste of time. Even if we say we lost the war, all this dumb shit happened, it was ridiculous how we exited and all the stuff that happened there was fucked up. To remember that us operators, when we're there, like, what are the real reasons why we're doing it, right? And the whole thing that always comes back to operators and assaulters is like, we're doing it for the guy next to us. You know, and like, yeah, you're doing it for the country, but when you're there, you're doing it to keep each other alive and do your job at the same time. So I'm not ever going to say or think to myself that any one of my teammates that was lost was for nothing. It's like, because when they were lost, they were doing their job, right? And they were highly, highly inspired to do their job at all costs. And like, that's what we're supposed to do. And that's what you do. You do your job, you know, so you don't have time to think about it until afterwards.
Well, I think it's counterproductive to think of it, was it a waste or not? Because at the end of the day, you know, any of us who join the military at whatever level, you know, you're essentially saying, hey, I'm willing to give everything, you know, up to and including my life for this country. And I'm entrusting that our upper echelons of government leadership have our best interest in mind, are going to use us in the best way possible and how they see fit. Now, we could very easily argue that maybe they didn't do that. However, that doesn't change the sentiment for everybody who joined the military and why they did it.
That's right.
You know, and I think taking it a step further is that for our country to maintain its greatness, for all its flaws, it's not perfect, but it is a great country. I truly believe that, and I wouldn't have joined the military if I didn't believe that. And I would do it all over again. Not at this age, of course, but, you know, as an 18-year-old, I would go through the same process and pipeline to do it all again. But I think, you know, this country and any country who wants sovereignty and a society based on tenets of freedom to the best of its ability needs a percentage of the population that's willing to do that.
Absolutely.
You know? So yeah, I agree with you. I don't ever think it's a waste. I think mistakes were for sure made, and yeah, we could sit here and argue, should we have spent 20 years in Afghanistan or should we have spent about 3 months? Probably should have spent about 3 months. You know, should we have even gone into Iraq? Probably not. But again, it's easy to say, I wish I had picked these winning lottery ticket numbers after the fucking drawing's been done, and that's all it's doing. You do the best you can with the information you have at the time, and you do it to the best of your ability. And I think
That's right. Yeah.
We all need to continue to do that.
Yeah, I think it has to be that way. So whatever resentments I hold for the truth in, that at times they don't do the right thing and actually completely fuck it up. Can even talk about that for other stuff, Vietnam and whatever, and go, hey, we lost that war. And you're like, did we lose it? Or did they just did it get wrapped up in politics and get fucked up from what the original purpose was, which is which is war. Which you want to do as quickly and violently as possible in order to end it as quickly as possible to stop further death from happening, right?
Yeah.
Is really the intention. And so every time we do one of these long range wars that extends past a year or more or a couple of years, whatever, we're starting to get into that pattern and not learning from it.
Yeah.
So, but I'm never going to go back to say it was a waste because I was next to those guys, but they got killed, and I know the reason why they were there wasn't for that shit. It was for we all signed a contract to do this. And
To say we're going to fight.
So if they abuse it, that's on them.
Yeah. I think even Vietnam, if you look at, so many years later now, a lot of people, I think most people in the United States would probably say it was a mistake. A lot of people would. I actually disagree with that. I've had a number of Vietnam vets on, and they have, I would say, a very paralleled perspective to you and I of what we just talked about towards their service and that war. But if you think about it from, you take a step back, look at it collectively, 30,000-foot view, if we hadn't done what we had done when we did it, Vietnam right now would probably be a lot like North Korea, and it's not.
Could be, yeah.
It's way more like America than it is North Korea, and that's not an accident.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's still too early to tell what Iraq and Afghanistan are going to be in another 20, 30, 50 years, but there's, of course, so many layers, and you could dissect and pick apart and disagree with any one of them. But again, what purpose does it serve other than to just say, look, we did the best we could. Everybody's intention was to give their life, if necessary, for their country, and that's noble, valiant, and fucking important.
Yeah, and people there saw that.
Yeah.
People that are still there in that situation. The national sentiment is pretty ignorant from here in America for things like that, because most of it comes from people that have never experienced it or whatever. But if you've ever been there, you know that whatever concepts are underlying any war or any conflict or any social issue or actually anything, in my opinion, above that mess of stuff is just it's just a spectrum between what's good and what's evil, right? And how much happiness and joy is happening in a place versus how much suffering and pain. And so really don't need to explain much more, like regarding the politics of a thing like the Taliban or whatever ruling a country and whatever you believe them to be, right? Whether it's where it's good or bad, is like, if you ever went there and you could do a poll among thousands of people to go, is it joy and happiness here, or is it suffering and evil? And we're experiencing that here. It's like, dude, that's a thing that seems to be turning is, I've recently returned to my faith in Christ, from childhood, which I really did have it then, to go then like sort of understand this concept more of it's a spiritual war between good and evil, and less of blue versus red and left and right and politics and people. It's like that stuff's all there for us to fixate on, but the true concept above all of that is, are we good here and happy, or are we suffering and doing evil, right? And that's aside from each of our individual mistakes and past, like even yesterday, so that's like the dog thing where I go, hey, assessing the energy of people want to make big decisions on things like hiring, or an investment, or a structuring it, like getting a COO or something like that, or partnering with somebody, is like, those are where it's critical to pay attention to that, because if you make the wrong decision, you might be fucked later. And it's so difficult, and I see that on a grander scale is like as our country
Yeah.
is fixating all of this is like we need to kind of see past that a little bit to go what's good and what's evil in everything from our policies to who we choose for important positions and stuff like that.
I think that's the biggest takeaway is not to beat a dead horse. We all did what we did because we thought it was the right thing, So if you're unhappy with and or disagree with, how the U.S. military has been used in the last 25 years, you should look to the people who made those decisions to put us there and how they dictated that we conduct ourselves, and let that drive your voting behavior moving forward,
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so Afghanistan, we pretty much covered. I am curious, the Somalia deployments, were those active operationally? Was it a lot of training?
Those were both, but we were pretty active when I was there. So that AO got turned over to the teams eventually, but for a long time, that's been an AO for a really long time. I think really just aren't aware of it. It's a very strategic location for near peers like China to affect other places. If there's a lot of resources there, but then it's also a grounds for like terrorist training camps and sort of like places where the bad guys can hang out. And then also Somalia is just, if you've ever read any of the books about Somalia and Black Hawk Down and everything, it's just like historically just such a tribal place, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Somali law still exists even among like the partner forces up north where, we had a bunch of soldiers we were training, and this actually, see if I can say this the right way without creating too much fire. Somali law still existed to where like, hey, there was a partner force that we're training, and one of the guys like slept with one of the other dudes' like wives out in town or whatever, and let's just say like they dealt with that guy among themselves, right? And it wasn't like he went to court or anything.
Street justice.
Yeah, like for real. And we just had to kind of go, hey, that's
your deal.
Yeah, like we don't have time to get into that. We're trying to train and operate, but some really good legit operations. I mean, dude, there was this time down south in like Baladogle, which during the monsoon season is like it rains and you could get stuck in like quicksand there. Like you could die if you walk into the wrong sort of mud pit, So we had these huge JNTVs we were operating with, and we were doing some legit counter ISIS and Al Shabaab like operations down there. While at the same time, sort of cherry picking our best trained partner forces to come with us. So we had to have a few of them on every mission as we turned it over. But dude, they were training one time on their own, and they got ambushed by some Al Shabaab and ISIS guys who they were working together at that moment to sort of develop their training camps and their attacks. And they ambushed and killed all of these guys except for like 3. Those guys managed to get away for the next 3 days. We were driving out on ops trying to recover those guys.
Oh wow.
So we were getting a couple of different battles. We found out where so a couple of those 2 good guys, I think, actually spent some time and buried some of their buddies at some point. So we found that and got the bodies. We dug up the bodies and got them back. And then we eventually recovered all these guys. One guy was like in his underwear, just hiding in some farmer's like field randomly. And we were driving by and he came out and was like screaming. So we found a guy, and they were just sort of on E&E, escaping and evading these little Al-Shabaab patrols, and we had to go out there and kind of rescue them. And that was a whole 3-4 day operation. And there was a moment where, because we had some Team 8 guys with us helping us out, and I was like the lead recce guy there. So I was trying to plan all this around all of these. We were getting JNTV stuck in the mud for some of these operations. It was like some of the most harrowing stuff. I don't know if that's the right word. It was like difficult. Yeah. I mean, we were strapping up JNTVs and snapping them out of stuck spots and trying to push push them out and getting more stuck. And dude, there was one night where we had four JNTVs and then a bunch of partner force trucks going through this like really difficult, muddy area. And I remember stopping, going like, hey, everybody needs to hit the gas and not slow down through this or they're going to get stuck. And so sure as shit, somebody got stuck. And we're like, okay, cool, this is going to be a recover operation all night. So the whole op turned into all the way into the next morning trying to get unstuck from the mud. And, you know, team guys are like, hey, you're stuck, where are you? And they're like driving over. I'm like, whoa, stop. And then he gets stuck.
Yeah.
Then the next guy's like, hey, where are you at? And then he gets stuck. And we're like, dude, we've got one JNTV to get out of here with or to fight with if we get into a contact. Don't move. Just stay there. And spent the rest of the night just doing, like we were covered in mud. You know, just unfucking JNTVs from mud.
Was that the deployment where Kyle Milliken was lost?
No, it was the very next deployment after that. So that was when I got out. And then the next deployment in the same area is where he got killed. Same thing, going into an op with partner forces and kind of guiding them up in the front. And there was a bad guy just hiding out in sort of some sort of like woods, some trees next to the target. And I think he just sprayed a few rounds trying to get those front guys. They got down, but Kyle just randomly got hit right in under the opening of his helmet right here. And God, it was just like really devastating to hear that, because it's always devastating. But Colin Thomas was another guy that got killed before I checked into Silver on the deployment that they were on. And his was like they were trying to clear, they were getting ambushed from, you know, PKM or something in a wooded spot, and they went and tried to get those guys, and then he got shot. But the one with Kyle, and similar to Colin too, is that I've talked about this before, and like the struggles it takes to get out, to transition out. And if you're a guy like me who just had a lot of addictions and problems and things, self-destructive behaviors and things going on, I needed to figure out and like where that came from and sort of resolving that over time. He was not one of those guys. He was already resolved, in my opinion. Like, he was already going to church every Sunday with his family. He was already not a big drinker on trips. You know, he was not staying out, you know, needing validation from his teammates. He was a super funny guy that could just banter with everybody, that like lit up the team room, right? And dude, I just looked up to him so much in so many different ways. And so when that loss happened, it was like a year after I was out. It was just devastating, because it was, how do I say this? I don't want to ever say that was such a random, it wasn't a big firefight. It was like the guy I guess he got kind of lucky with his shots and got hit. And so, you know, the way my relationship with God now is like, he needs certain warriors in a realm that we can't see right here. So like, maybe that's why, you know, he's such a powerful person. He's such a, is close to like, if the goal in my spirituality is to be as Christ-like as possible through my life, and then when I falter, just battling to get back to being in the grace of God through all my mistakes, like, he just seemed like he was a guy that was already in that most of the time, you know? So I don't want to say I wish it was like a shitbag, or I wish it was somebody not as good as him, but I kind of do, you know? And I won't say like, oh, I wish it was a specific dude. I just wish it wasn't him, because he was so good already, like so resolved, which means that he was one of the sort of legendary type operators. Like, I think that some of those guys, they weren't as affected by the majority of the rest of us that you know, that the toxic lifestyle of the teams can affect so much, you know, that we actually perpetrate sometimes. That we, you know, I found myself pushing that on new guys. You know, hey, if you don't come out drinking with us, we don't trust you, you know, stuff like that. But so that was a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, He's one of a few guys that I actually put through training,
Oh wow.
which
You know.
was the first time it happened was Mike Mansour, who got the Medal of Honor in Iraq.
Yeah.
That task unit bruiser Fallujah Ramadi deployment in '06 that was kind of legendary, that Jocko was the task unit commander on. But
Yep.
so he was the first student, and that hit me way harder than any of my friends that were ever killed.
Which course is this that you were?
Bud's instructor.
Buds. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Cool.
And it was just, there was this weird, I mean, like paternal feeling, even though obviously I'm not their dad, but just like putting guys through training and seeing those guys now getting killed just had a much more profound and devastating impact on me than even guys that I was close with, but fought with instead of put through training. There was a weird distinction for whatever reason that impacted me that way. But him similarly, it was devastating. Like, I mean, I didn't keep in touch with him, obviously. I mean, like, we weren't friends. I mean, I knew him as a student and that was it. But, you know, it makes me think also of, you know, Extortion 17 being just such a profoundly negative day in our community's history. I mean, I think it'd be easy to argue that the most devastating. You know, Red Wings. I mean, not to put values on loss, but
Yeah.
but I mean, holy shit! Like,
Yeah, that was.
I mean, you were at the command when that happened.
Yeah. My memory of that feels as, or even more, because I was in green team with 3 of those guys, you know, and it was their first deployment with gold, and it's just a couple weeks before that, one of them was hanging out with me and my wife after a late night of drinking at Chicks and came to my apartment. You know what I mean? And so to me, it's like almost like 9/11. Like we all remember. You remember exactly where you were at when that happened, or when you realized that happened. So yeah, when that happened, me and my squadron Silver was in um, Boston doing an urban exercise. Those ones we do with the helos every year.
Rut trip.
Yeah, the rut. It was a rut trip, and it was at the end, so we were done. It was like the last night, I believe. Yeah, I think it was the last night, and I was out just at a bar with two of my buddies who just coincidentally are actually 2 of my life best friends right now. So really, 2 of the only guys I really keep in touch with still from my time at Silver, very much. I was hanging out with them, and one of them got the message about what happened, and we stopped and was like, couldn't even, just speechless, and didn't understand exactly what it meant. Is like, hey, there was a helicopter crash. It had a bunch of Gold Squadron guys on it, right now, you know. So we kind of called like an emergency meeting at, like, it was actually a bar that the rest of the team was hanging out at. So we kind of co-located back to that bar, and it was a whole night. We just all stayed up drinking and crying, and just, dude, it was devastating. And some of the guys that were more experienced than me, that were like tight and close with those guys, it was a profound thing to see how it affected everybody that night. And the police guys that were working with us closed down the whole bar so we could just be in that space and basically like hold space for us that night. So, you know, it was good because we didn't want to go getting in trouble, you know, like projecting, you know, on the world. But there was people they had to kick out of there because they were like, didn't understand what they were seeing. They were like, what is going on in there with these tough looking guys that just look like they are
Fucking mess.
a mess. Yeah, they were like, hey, we're going to close down the bar and not let the public see this, you know. So we spent a night doing that, and it was crazy, man. And so as soon as we got back from that trip, it became, you know, all efforts to support all those families and all those people any way we all possibly could. You know, every other squadron was doing stuff for the memorials and the services, and going to all of the towns that they were all from for all of those. And you know, I was a new guy in Silver, so I was just really busy helping out families and getting them driving them places, and it was just a really profound experience going through that, because it wasn't just the helicopter crash. It was like weeks and months and years after that of, continuing to support people and those families, you know, and it was just profound, that event specifically.
Same here. I mean, obviously I wasn't at that command, but I knew a bunch of those guys. Some of them were buds, classmates of mine. Did platoons with some of them. I mean, I knew a bunch of them. And similarly, like it was surreal.
It was surreal.
When you heard it, was just like this has to be a fucking dream or something. Like this can't be real. I am curious the logistics aspect of taking that kind of a loss at a command that doesn't have that many people to begin with. How do you balance the grieving and the helping of the families, but also the realization that, dude, we're down a bunch of guys now, and we've got to really do a shell game of picking up the fucking slack. Like, how do you balance that?
Yeah, they had to shift guys from other squadrons to come fill that team, and then through selection too, is like, hey, that team's got to get filled. That this must be another hard problem to do, because there's all of the logistics going on to support the aftermath of that.
But there's still a war going
But there's
on.
still work to do. So there's, I'm sure they were having a certain number of meetings to go specifically talk about, hey, this has to be specific towards, recovering that team so they can get back to work. And, that seems insensitive to say, but if you think about it,
That's the
every
reality.
operator on that helo would have wanted that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, to me, like that's kind of the macro version of being ambushed and losing a couple of guys. Like you can't stop and, pay your respects to the dude that just got blown up. Like you got to get out of the firefight. Like that's the micro version. The macro is that if you don't respond that way, like the tide's going to turn even further, and you could lose more guys by not prioritizing that, and that's just like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, I think that's a totally like a, not the phenomenon, or what, I'm not sure the right word, but about grief, where it's like, hey, somebody loses somebody in their life, and then you go to the services, and even I was insensitive to this when I went to all those services, and even the other ones too, or we're going to Dover and we're receiving, the bodies coming back, and you're seeing the families, and for me specifically was the dads, was like, I just didn't understand it's evolved in me now to realize, man, I've got two kids, two boys, and the grief that would come for losing either one of them or both of them would be, you just can't explain it. It's too overwhelming, it's just, and so I remember seeing that in fathers specifically, mothers too, but now that I have sons, I just remember the fathers more, I think, because I remember their faces, the looks on their faces, their body language, and being like, man, those are moments that I just didn't realize before were like the most overwhelming amount of grief. So for the command, like that was a moment of like grief for the whole command, and especially for guys in gold that were there, or other troops that were other places, or the troop chief that was supposed to be on the bird, but he was back because his baby was being born. Like it's friends with him, but it's that's so hard of a thing, So respecting grief is something I've for sure learned to be a little bit more mindful about, because when it's your turn, it's gonna be overwhelming. Not everybody's gonna understand.
As you wrapped up your time at DevGroup, the two things that I have notes on and was curious about is you were a sniper there also.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear any good sniper stories that you have, and also if you have a favorite dog story, because when in Rome.
Yeah. Sniper stories. There's one 900-yard shot I've talked about before, and I think that one was like pretty. That one might have been one of my favorites, but I'm trying to think because that was my second favorite, I think. Because the thing about that story is, we went and did a big mission that lasted for 22 days in a mountain in Somalia, and we knew there was going to be an ambush, and then there was. And while we were stuck on the switchback after an IED hit one of our partner forces, flipped it over, we're stuck, right? We're getting lit up from different directions and these AKs up on a ledge. And, it was cool, but it wasn't like a precise sniper shot. I've already had people kind of hit me up or seen comments where they're like, that's not even far. If you're a long range shooter, it's nothing. I'm like, yeah, but there's environmentals, there's things, and like, you're getting shot at the same time. There's turret gunners fighting against RPG guys.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a precision shot. It was just like, hey, I'm just gonna kind of wing it and see if I can get these guys. And it was at a huge angle, so like 45-degree angle up, right? So having to account for that, and then not know. The hardest part about that is like if you miss over the top when you're aiming at just a head because they're laying down in the prone. Can't know where it missed really.
Right.
It's just going to snap over them into space. So using the rocks below them, knowing that they weren't going to hear that because of the way that the wind was moving away from them. But there was for sure a reaction if I snapped a shot over their heads and missed. They'd duck back and then come back over, So that was a cool situation, but maybe not my favorite shot because it wasn't like a precision sniper shot. It was like, man, I probably took like 20 shots to hit that one guy.
Yeah. What were you shooting sniper rifle wise?
300 Win Mag, the SOCOM 300 Win Mag Macmillan stock.
Yeah. Do you remember the grain weight or the round you used?
Yeah, it was like a 220 grain 308 round.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Pretty nasty.
From what I can remember, yeah, they're nasty, and that was just my favorite gun.
Yeah.
There's a lot better platforms now, but back then it was just like, man, I felt like that thing was so accurate.
Old trusty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my favorite one was another op on a mountain, the same mountain, just in a different area of that, and we flew helos up to this one, so that one was cool. And it was it was those Russian Mi-17s that we repurposed at the time. That was cool. One of those pilots is another one of my best friends to this day. He just retired. He's probably. I hope he goes and talks about some stories because I think he's the most experienced and decorated Special Forces helo pilot.
Oh.
That I've ever heard about. Yeah. So.
Well, shit, let's get him on here if he's willing to come on.
I talked to him about it. I don't know if he is, but I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope he does eventually. He's a jiu-jitsu guy, too. I think he's a black belt now.
Oh, nice.
Awesome competition shooter type and just a good damn human. But they flew us into this op, and we walked up to this mountain, and the situation that was going on was these Al-Shabaab guys were launching mortar attacks on our camp from here, but there was a pathway to get to where they were doing their launch sites and where they were staying in these caves. And every night they would have these 4 watchers kind of holding it with some livestock and stuff. So we went up and tried to do. We had some mortars with us, and we were going to the brush was so difficult, we weren't sure if we were going to get all the way there. So we weren't able to get there in time. So we stuck these 60 millimeter mortar tubes up and set them up. We had a 120 system, but it was just like that was huge. And actually, we did use that. we piled a 120 millimeter like mortar system into the helos. Wow. And that thing is huge. So like the plate set up for it is difficult, and so we hucked that thing up and set it up, and did a simultaneous op where my Master Chief, who's a legendary dude, and he was a Gold Squadron legend too before he came over to us. Basically was like, hey, we're going to take a sniper position up on the 4 dudes that are holding that, and then we're going to kick this mortar attack off with a sniper shot, and that was a precision shot. It was another not very far shot, probably like 400 meters, but also angled super steep. So I set that up, and they had like a little tent and these 4 guys, and like 2 guys were kind of like eating or something, and then the fourth guy, we kind of were just watching him for a while. Was just kind of like walking around the camp, and so because he was more mobile, I picked that dude to start with. And then the Master Chief had a 40 Mike H&K pirate shooter gun. And so we kicked it off, and basically it was like a 3-2-1 execute to launch the first mortar from the 122 over on the caves where they were staying in at the same time. My shot initiated that on his count, and essentially, like, there was a tree and a big backstop behind this, right, which was a good way for him to measure his 40 Mike rounds if he missed. And so I took the shot right when the guy was kind of like lined up with that tree, and it like pinned him in almost like a seated position into the tree, and it just stuck him there.
Did you hit him like center mass?
Yeah, just hit him center mass with a 308 round with the 300 Win Mag. And it kind of surprised me because I was like, why is he still standing there like nothing happened? But he was like pinned into the tree. So then he launched the 40 Mike rounds and just started landing them around all these guys. They kind of started to freak out, and I hit another one of them with a 300 Win Mag. And then we had an assault gunner with us too, a younger guy in the squadron, and he just lit up the whole camp after that. And so they continued the mortar strike operation, and then we made our way back down. And that was one of the ones of your earlier question that, like, it just went smooth.
Yeah.
It was just awesome.
Yeah.
And we exfilled off on the helos and got back to town, and that stopped them from launching so many mortar attacks against us.
Yeah. That's such a cool story. Like, again, you think about the level of competency, training, experience, knowledge, et cetera, that it takes for that group of you soldiers, if you want to call yourself that, whatever, professional fighters, to be able to pull that off in that fashion is hard to wrap your mind around, I think. Like the amount of skill that it takes for just a handful of dudes to pull that off at that level is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people understand how many moving parts there are to any given night.
I have to ask. There's a weird dog guy, an MA handler, and any cool dog stories. I know the Dutch Shepherd Nero was one of your favorites.
Yeah, these are like more non-operational stories because honestly, I didn't get too many moments where I witnessed the dog. I was a recce guy, so I got to see them, going in and out and everything with the handlers, and train with them a lot because we always had them up front. It was the best feeling in the world. Like, dude, it's so cool. It's so damn cool the way those dogs roam around.
Mm-hmm.
So they set them out, and they're like, "Cool, you got this little beast just roaming around, So you can kind of relax a little bit because he's got you, So there were moments where you just get exhausted from listening or watching ISR when you're walking. You want to just kind of pay attention, let the dog do his thing. So this story was like, I won't say his name, but we called him Weird Dog Guy. He just had a weird, funny personality. He's kind of a nerd, but a good guy.
Yeah.
Still friends with him now.
Yeah.
And same dude who, I've told this story before, but the dog that bit Tom Brady in the leg. In Gillette Stadium.
Yeah.
When we were doing a rut there. Same guy and same dog. So Nero is this like black Dutch Shepherd. It was just a beast, and he's not the dog that you could pet and hang out with. He's got to be put in the kennel, right, and not just roaming around camp. But Weird Dog Guy was like, I don't know what he weighed, but he was like a skinny guy, And we used to joke around and be like that. Where's Weird Dog Guy's handler? Because the dog was his handler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we used to kind of joke around, and he took it well. Yeah. And we're just like, hey, when we need to launch the dog into a target, right? We like how do we get the dog into the target, knowing that he's going to be dragging the handler around with him. So one night we're hanging out around camp in J-Bad, and it was like we used to just play games. We used to play hacky sack or kick a ball around. It was like some of the funnest times I've ever had, laughing with my buddies, around the fire on some nights. And somebody came out with a football, like, so Weird Dog guy came out with Nero to just kind of like walk him or whatever, and it just was bad timing because we were like starting a football game, and somebody hucks the football and it just like bounces and lands, and as it's landing, everybody who knows this dog and the situation with the handler, we're like, our eyes just lit up because we knew what was going to happen. He was going to fucking go kill that football, like crush that football. And Weird Dog guy was not even paying attention. He didn't see the football. He didn't know. He was just kind of like looking around with his leash, and sure shit, like Nero almost snapped his arm out of socket and just like ripped him to the ground and dragged him probably like 30 yards to get the football. Just like across the ground, like road rash, And that's just one of the memories I'll always have, was like seeing this badass dog handler just being dragged across the ground by the Dutch Shepherd beast.
Yeah, there's so many funny non-operational stories that dogs get into trouble or just dumb shit that happens like that are classic.
Yeah, but so many times they just did their job. The guys sent them in. I could hear on the radio like, hey, he's chewing on the guy.
Yeah.
Or after, and then they wrap him up, and it's just like it's kind of seems uneventful, but after you get used to the dogs doing their work so much, it's normal.
Did you experience much aftermath-wise of seeing the damage that the dogs did to some of the guys that they grabbed?
Yeah.
Is there a worse example that you ever saw?
No. No, I mean, it was always pretty brutal because there's blood everywhere, I don't remember what target was in, but a lot of times if the target's clear, the recce guys up top will turn the other direction. Some of us already will just start looking outwards because we're going to be exfilling next, right? So if it's kind of a quiet target, or we kind of seal up the target, we kind of that's like cigarette smoking time, like relax a minute, right? And then also SSE starts, so as long as you had enough dudes, a couple could go down and start kind of helping with SSE, kind of looking around and helping the assaulters wrap up the target. And those are the moments where you see the aftermath. Like, so, I do remember coming down from one target in Afghanistan, and like it was right after, so I came down and saw the dog like latch to somebody's neck. So that was like the one time that I ever saw in my career, like he was still on there, and they just hadn't released him off yet, and they were still doing stuff in the room, and I'm like, man, that was brutal. It just looked like, hey, did the dog kill this guy, or did you guys shoot him? And they're like, well, the dog was on his neck, and then we rolled up and shot him, and it's just, dude, they're just beasts when they're in that work mode, There's blood all over his face, the dog's face, and it's crazy. It's cool for them because they're like, yeah, you got to bite, and he's happy.
Yeah. Looking like a fucking wolf head in a deer carcass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gnarly.
Yeah, but I didn't really see any like worse sort of brutal moments other than the dogs just latched onto somebody's arm or neck.
As a recce guy, you mentioned helping with SSE sometimes.
Yeah.
Was there, in all of the deployments that you ever did, was there ever a singular thing that stood out from an SSE standpoint that you ever came across, either in somebody's house, a target, whatever, that shocked you at what it was, like an unexpected thing that you guys found?
Yeah, there was, dude, and this was just a random target that we didn't necessarily know this was happening with, but like, because bad guys can hide. There's some of them can get so small they can hide into like a pot, So it's like you got to really learn when we're training to look in everything, like under that chair, right? And there was one op I don't know where, don't even remember talking about it much more after that, but it got reported in SSE that like we went into one of these rooms and we saw there was like a little basket and there was a head in there. So whatever the Taliban was doing in that village was like, somebody's head ended up in a little basket in this room. So that was pretty disgusting, you know. There's plenty of times where I like walked over bodies from guys that were shooting sentries or people on their way into a target. Um, and or we're on target and we get into a fight and like in Iraq when I was with Team 10, there was a couple times where or this one specifically, we were on a rooftop and we killed a guy that was shooting at us and he wasn't like all the way dead, but he was definitely on his way. So like he was done. And those are kind of like some of those brutality of war moments where it's like, hey, do you finish him off, or is it, or just leave it, and that's a decision for an operator to make. But he had a couple minutes left and we ended up just kind of like, we're just watching, and just kind of watching him take his last breaths, so some of that type of stuff I don't feel like it affects me much. Like it was part of the job. The first few times you see it, you're like, oh, wow, that's brutal. That's a dead guy. But you just don't think of it much. Honestly, through all the training and everything we do, you just kind of, you don't desensitize to it as like a non-human, like you're a psychopath, but like it's your job and it's what you do. And these are the bad guys, and sometimes there's collateral damage. Like those are the harder ones for me. It's part of it, but the thing that really only affected me, I think, like PTSD, I don't like to use that term because we get so hung up about it, whether you have it or not or whatever, like almost like it's like this disability thing, but it's for sure a thing. It's more from, I think about it more as like a coping, like, you could try to explain whether it affects you or not, or whether you're good to go or it affects you in some negative way. But like whatever you do to cope with those thoughts is the real effect, whether it's like drinking or like addiction or whatever, the war stress per se. But at that level, I don't feel like there was that much war stress. For me, it was kids. That was the one thing that was just really difficult for me to ever get past anytime I saw that, to include, like kids that get hurt when you're breaching or something like that. And, your medics are trying to patch them up. It's like, and there's the thoughts all around that of, it doesn't matter what kind of ideology they're being raised in some of these shitty places. At some point, like when you're innocent. You're innocent and wholesome until you're not, based off of the environment you're getting provided. So that was always just the hardest thing for me to deal with. And then, of course, when I killed kids, that really, and it was the last thing I ever did in the team. So like that just set me on a path of just struggle to figure out.
I assume that was the hostage rescue in Somalia.
Yeah, it was a hostage rescue in Afghanistan.
Okay.
And yeah, so like with the dogs chewing on people and with bodies and killing bad guys, it just, I don't know if I haven't just gotten into the weeds with that yet, or if it just really didn't. Honestly, I think it just doesn't affect me as part of the job, and especially getting to that level, it was like I don't have any hangups with it really in any of my decisions with that.
Yeah, similarly, for me, the first time that we killed a guy, I remember going up to his body afterwards, and I mean, he was for sure a bad guy, or an adversary, whether you want to call him bad or not. But trench coat, ski mask, AK, he was decked out and whatever. But for me, the only, I think, thing that I even kind of remotely struggled with, there was no morality issue. For me, it was more of a wake-up call and thinking like, that could just as easily have been me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the starkest kind of sobering moment for me. It was that like a few things went different and him and his buddies are poking me with a stick, like, fuck, man, this is no joke.
Yeah, that's for sure a thing. I've had so many of those thoughts. I think today that definitely affects me today, where look, I got my mistakes, even up to recently, but there's levels, right? So, just like in Green Team, is like you can make a couple mistakes, but there's lethal mistakes you can't make. And with that, I mean, like, can't have like such a gross lack of situational awareness, and like that's an actual violation. Like that's an actual thing they give you. For example, we make entrance 4 guys in a live fire shooting a kill house when we're going through green team, and you've got a couple targets in the middle and a couple in the corners, right? And then the number 1 guy who's going into this corner is going to shoot all the way until he's like a little ways, a few inches off the barrel of the closest guy to him, and then he should for sure not be engaging the target over in that corner.
Yeah.
Because you got to, you know what I mean? Like, sketchy. But that happened. Because you want to be aggressive too, and he's like, bam, 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 and then all the cadre lose their mind because he almost shot, one of his own guy, and so like he gets dumped. That's a lethal mistake in selection, right? So in war, a lethal mistake is like making a mistake that's going to get somebody else killed, right? So I'm thankful to God I never made one of those, but that shit happens all the time. One of my buddies, Gold Squadron guy, got he was augmenting Delta, and I don't know exactly what happened, and I also want to be careful bringing it up because but somehow like the breaching charge in his backpack charge went off. So whether the initiator was not set up right or was set up in a sketch, like in a unsafe way or whatever, because you set up your charges depending on what's happening. So if you land on the X and you need to get it going fast, you might set up your initiators to be ready to like fire connected, But if you're not, you don't want to be walking around a whole op with that shit connected. So I don't know the details of that, but in any case, it went off and it blew up the guys around him too. So like, and that was incredible. I was there in a hospital with him, and like just beard melted to his face, teeth all smashed out, from the explosion. And, but my point to that is that it's just the lethal mistake. Like it got other people killed or fucked up. So yeah, what was my point to that part?
Well,
Sorry.
I guess my bringing up, my experience was it wasn't so much from a morality standpoint of did we do what we were supposed to do or not. It was more of a fuck, that could have been me or us.
Yeah,
or
sorry,
of us.
that's what I was getting at. Yeah, so I was getting at that where it was like, hey, nowadays I think about just my mistakes in life. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, this is what I was getting at is the more disciplined I stay with doing my purpose and meeting my goals without all of the bullshit distractions, and then like making life mistakes, like in your business, in your marriage, with your friends, your family, right? I'm learning that the more I align with that, the less that kind of stuff affects me, or I start to go think, man, that could have been me, or I overthink about somebody I shot, right? But I do remember that when I was not good with myself and I was making lethal mistakes in my life that are going to really break people's hearts or affect other people in my life in a terrible way, like self-destructive type stuff, I was thinking about and ruminating about that stuff all the time. Starting to get, because if you think about like the cartel stuff that's going on right now, those guys are like, when I see them coming off those planes or when they're like wrapped up, they look like pussies. Like they look scared as shit. But just a little while ago, you had somebody hanging up in a room and you were skinning them alive, because you're the enforcer or whatever. But now, just like in Afghanistan, the bad guys that seem so evil and dark get wrapped up, and now they're pissing themselves in the helicopter on their way home. So it's kind of a similar thing. It's like, man, when I'm not good with myself, I start to imagine being in shitty situations where maybe if it worked out differently, I'd be captured by the bad guys, and I'd be the one, looking like that, laying on the ground, my last breaths with a couple of guys looking at me, and then so that stuff's hard to think about because it's so brutal. Have you ever seen the movie? I just watched this movie last week. It's Bone Tomahawk with Kurt Russell.
I haven't.
Dude, if you ever watch, and it's back in the Old West, and they're fighting these savages that they're kind of like Native American Indians, but I think it's fictional, but they have these like huge tomahawks made out of bone, right, that they fight with, and they capture one of the good guys, and he's like a faith guy, he's like a pastor, real young dude, and they take him out of the cell that they're holding these guys in. Kurt Russell's one of them, and the scene that happens is so damn brutal. They like sit him down, they scalp him, they rip his scalp back, and then they turn him upside down and like hold his legs apart, and then they smash like his pelvis open, and then rip his body apart with two guys pulling him apart, and he like spills out all over the ground and dies. I'm like, I have a hard time watching that kind of stuff, especially before bed, because it starts to tie into what you're saying, where it's like, man, that's like once you're captured and available and vulnerable and helpless, that's a shitty thing to think about or be in, but it could have damn well been that way in all of the things that we were doing, for sure.
One question I had, in all of the engagements that you had, specifically at DEVGRU, I mean, if there were instances at Team 10, by all means, share them. But I'm always curious about the level of caliber and competency of the adversary. And was there ever a time at DEVGRU where you guys got into an engagement with an entity and realized immediately that they were something different?
Yeah.
Like they were way better than you were expecting, or you're like, who the fuck are these guys, kind of thing?
Yeah, that happened on an op we were walking into. This was Somalia too. And we ended up stopping after we realized these guys were like flanking us. So we were making our way to Atari. We came across a little camp of guys and started to engage them, but like really couldn't figure out where they were at, just kind of in front of us. So we kind of paused, but we were taking some pop shots. So we ended up having a CCT do a JTAC call, but while we were waiting for the strike to happen, we started getting shot from the side. So we're like, oh shit, they flanked us, you know? And when that happens, you're like, oh, okay, cool, we got to start actually like maneuvering. So it didn't last very long. We ended up dropping on them too, but it's like, dude, we didn't know we were getting flanked in that moment. So we had to sort of shift where we were sitting, which we didn't really think about much. We just kind of formed a perimeter to then kind of move and face both of those directions.
Yeah.
And with some standoff. So yeah, that was one of those moments. It didn't develop into anything, thankfully. But other than that, no, I don't really remember too much of that. You know, because in the Iraq and the Afghanistan wars, like we did have such an advantage with everything. So, but you know what's happening now, and the evolution of like for sure, like the drones. When I look at what's going on happened with Ukraine and Russia and even China right now with all the drone development, it's like, dude, we're watching these
Terminator 2.
It's crazy. We're watching these insane, and we started to develop it too. As I rolled out, we started having like boat guys be drone operators, and we started to figure out different types that we could use for like barricaded shooters and, you know, hovering over us. And it wasn't even close when I left, but who knows where it's at now. I've been out for 8 years. I bet you the program that is pretty good for special forces. But when I think about it on a world level, it's pretty fucking scary, because I think we're at the point now where somebody, China or whoever, has developed the capability to put a nuclear payload on a little drone or a big drone, whatever. And if you think about that, then the Cold War of placement of nuclear
Silos and such.
yeah, nuclear payloads in strategic places they can reach, right? Like the Cuban Missile Crisis thing, you know. That kind of is like old news because of a drone. And then if we can, you know, we're watching these crazy, they're awesome to see, like on Instagram or whatever, where you see like, hey, in China they have these big light shows where there's like a few thousand drones, 10,000 drones forming a dragon, and the dragon's moving around through the sky. And you're like, that's also R&D for swarming drones with nuclear payloads, and how destructive and devastating would it be to have 10,000 of those available at one time.
I mean, even if it wasn't nuclear, right? If you had that many that they managed to get off the coast of Washington, D.C., you know, and You're not going to defeat 10,000 of those things. I mean, even if they had a grenade payload, I mean,
Yeah.
like
Just something kinetic
it's terrifying. I mean,
or biological, dude.
Yeah.
So this is not conspiracy theory stuff. This shit's like really
that's the
developing.
real deal. Yeah.
That's why I do ice cream now.
Yeah.
I don't have to. Yeah, it's like
Polar opposite.
I'm just gonna make ice cream and
Yeah.
do my best to move around it or whatever.
Yeah. A couple of notes I have post-military. I'd love to hear kind of, what was the turning point for you in your decision-making process to exit the military, and then, battles with addiction, suicide, mental health struggles. If you want to talk about that, if you'd rather steer clear, happy to do that.
Yeah, no, I don't mind dipping into it. It's part of what I'm supposed to be doing, as far as I know. The decision to get out for me was like this feeling, sort of this sense that my sons were starting to realize, my older son specifically, that like I wasn't around enough. And so combine that with the guilt of just my toxic behavior and my attachment to that side of the culture, which you have a choice. So I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I had no choice. I could have been a highly efficient, really healthy operator, but I was a good operator, but I think that I was probably a fraction of capable as an operator or efficient as an operator that I would be if I went back right now. Just knowing all this now. And it just is what it is. So I realized that, and then also at the same time, like, hey, my intention when I joined was to go to combat, was to go fight. I never had any thoughts about how many years I was going to spend until retirement, what I was going to do after retirement. So however dumb people thought that I was getting out with only 7 years left to go, it was the right decision for me, because 7 years in a child's life is huge. Like 8 to 12, that 8 to 12 range is like when they need validation from a dad the most. So you don't get that back if, you're getting out and your kids are graduating high school or whatever, and I had a choice at that moment, and it makes me respect the guys that do stay, and they do have to go, and they do have to do that. They do have to, do their best to be a good dad after, when they're done, when there's going to be some resentments for not being there, a hard thing to deal with. So my decision was to get out for both of those reasons. I did everything I came to do, and I want to be a dad and try to fix myself also, and be a better husband too.
What do you feel like in terms of fixing yourself? What do you feel like was either broken or the most broken?
Dude, when I say that, I kind of trying to be careful now to not go like, hey, I fixed myself and now it's done and I'm good to go. Because it's like, it's a daily thing, right?
I think there's no destination in that.
Yeah.
Like it's always a work in progress. But
yeah, so
obviously it was enough to make you say, hey, I need to change my life. Were there components of that you're okay with sharing? That
yeah, absolutely. Like I just had this emptiness, and when I got out, I thought maybe, hey, getting out is a solution that's there. That's easy to decide, and like the hardest thing for me was like, you asked me some questions earlier. I was like, was selection or showing up to the team what you expected? And for sure, getting out of the Navy and going into the world was like profoundly harder than I ever expected. And so maybe it's not such a big deal for some people, but for me, it was like, oh, I'm just going to get out and everything's going to be fine. And like, no, a lot of work to do on the self to resolve so that all of those so then you can go, have a happy, healthy, fulfilling life the best you can. Right. So yeah, for sure. I was like, self-medicating with opioids and my wife's Valium, and
like Oxy and stuff or what?
Yeah, like pain pills, things that I had received over time for different injuries and stuff. Was a problem. Like I got out and started smoking weed pretty heavily, and I had a job I was doing, but at the same time, getting out kind of gave me some freedom to even do worse, things, like the drinking continued, you know what I mean? And
now you're not getting piss tested or potentially piss
yeah,
tested.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, because at DEVGRU, it's stringent, like hair follicle testing, and a lot of the way that the program for testing there when I was there, anyways, I think I can't say that it shouldn't be that way, but God, it wastes a lot of time. You know what I mean? Like it just wastes a lot of people's time. And I know they got to do it because there's been so many team guys that have gotten rolled up with with drugs. A lot of those different kind of stories. There was like the epic, like West Coast SEAL team that was in like Guam, just like raving and doing ecstasy the whole deployment.
Yeah.
And so like,
Yeah.
like the history of those kind of things happen. It's like it's the military. So you're like, hey, if there's one problem, we're gonna put a policy in place that affects everybody.
Yeah.
That's one of the downsides, I think, to that is
I agree.
you add those all up, it's wasting time.
I agree. I do have a bit of a different take on that, in that while I understand the thought process behind that, to me, there's also a component, if you look at it kind of from the other side. To me, like if I need to piss test, whether it's an employee or let's say I'm in charge, like if I feel the need to piss test you, then
Yeah.
you're probably, then do that. But like at that point, then obviously there's a problem and it needs to be addressed. If I don't need to, it's kind of like if you need to piss test somebody, they're probably not the right guy for the job, and they're at a point where something needs to change. If I don't feel the need to piss test you, then clearly whatever it is that you're doing outside of here isn't a problem. And it's like we're trusting these guys, you guys, to do some of the most dangerous shit in the world, operate, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars when you start throwing in air assets and whatever of equipment, and trusting, our nation's reputation on your guys' shoulders in chaotic environments. But you don't trust them not to, smoke a fucking bowl on the weekend. Like, to me, that seems kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. I agree from this vantage point. When I ended, it was like you're like you just know you can't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with that. So the compilation of all of the policy out of other people's mistakes that they apply to everybody wastes so much time, right? But it's just like there's not much time for an operator to fix his lifestyle. You can't. You're bouncing around everywhere. You never have any time to be sort of in a routine, sort of self-care kind of thing. You just do your best. But if you fall into it, like, dude, there was we were doing underways, which is really difficult, out on boats and ships off the coast at the command, and I was doing some deadlifts trying to stay strong, and I tweaked my back, and I was like, there was no way I was gonna go tell my team, hey, I can't do the underways this week, right? And risk that whole oh, he's fucking, oh, you got a boo boo, and now you don't want to do the it's a perspective thing, like a perception thing. So I was like, hey, I'm just gonna pop some of these Valiums through the week, and then I got addicted to them,
That
so
fast.
Yeah. And then I learned hey, you could think of people that have addictive personalities. Maybe I did, but as I learned more about how that works, it was it depends on the trauma wherever that starts from, on the level of coping you do with addiction. So if you don't have much, or you had a healthy lifestyle, healthy environment, healthy family, healthy as much as could be, you might be less inclined to have an addictive personality per se, or dip into those things to cope with traumas or things that happen. So but at the same time, my real father wasn't really bad alcoholic that died early, so some of it's in genetic too, probably. So yeah, that's kind of how it went. But what's happening now on the good side of things is that there's so much research and study, and like my friend I told you about, the book is they can now go give everybody this book to go, look guys, here's how you do it. And there's kind of a little Bible for optimizing yourself all around. It's really easy to follow.
That's the check engine light book?
Yeah, because trying to do it on your own is just impossible, in my opinion. You know,
Did you struggle with, from a mental health aspect, kind of the suicide struggle?
yeah. So once I got out and realized that I just I couldn't pull myself out of this darkness and these shitty habits that I had developed, and at the same time trying to make it seem like I was okay and fine, in your day to day, just evolved into this like just this deep depression of it's almost like an imposter syndrome of like, man, I want to be a good human so bad, you know, and I just can't find a way to do it right consistently, and that feeling of like I'm just, I'm projecting on everybody else, but I'm the one that needs to change something, and that's the hardest thing. It's not just the hardest thing for an operator guy to do; it's the hardest thing for a man to do. Like how many of us go, "Ah, he's just set in his ways." That's not a good thing, if you don't have the ability to change,
Well, if,
something.
yeah, if those ways are
If they're
toxic
yeah,
or counterproductive and bad, then yeah, I agree. I mean, if you're setting your ways super disciplined and staying on
absolutely,
the path,
yeah, yeah.
um, where do you think that dark place came from? I mean, if you try to identify kind of a singular component of, was it a feeling of a loss of identity of now not being the rock star dev group guy anymore?
Yeah.
Was it uh, you know any kind of mental trauma that you experienced in your entire career? Was it a combination of things? Where do you
Yeah, I
think?
think it was a combination of all those things. Um, and then for me, it went all the way back to childhood with just some specific traumas that I had not resolved, but I also knew deep down inside were affecting me, So,
You mind if I ask what those were, just generally speaking?
yeah, like a validation problem for, I grew up with a stepfather who was awesome, but the biological connection and that same thing I'm talking about with my kids is that, like that sort of like 7 to 12 or 13-year-old time frame is like when they need it the most. And so for having a lack of that, it was like I think I just developed this.
Like an inadequacy?
Yeah, just a need for attention and validation from people. So it's sort of like that show off personality kind of thing, you know. Um, Doing things I necessarily didn't need to, but I wanted for attention from people, you know. And then just the substance abuse um, developed over time. I mean, I had a lot of time in high school and the people I was hanging out with to just like basically get into a lot of drug experimentation and raves and just the different culture of stuff that was going on then. So I think that once I got to the teams, it just kind of developed. Like drinking was available. It was also kind of culturally cool in the teams. Like, hey, we go out and drink, man. Drink, fight, fuck, or whatever. So I'm I'm glad to know now and can confidently say that like that has evolved over time to where we understand that like
Yeah.
it's not good. There's we should be handing out the check engine light book right off the bat when people make their selection to go follow this guide as much as you can, and you're going to be a really good operator. Because you're not going to be wasting time. And so I wasted a lot of time. Like, man, you don't have much time anyways, except to operate and train. But in between that, you should be able to be present and connect with your family and your friends, and be present at things when you're there. Which you know I was just distracted from that. I was always thinking about work or the coping mechanisms that I was doing. So that's where the darkness sort of stemmed out of it, and just like the um, the freedom and ability to be brutal and violent was like another part of it. It's like, man, you go through that. You want to do your job, but I can make decisions without also. And I'm not saying that I really did this necessarily, but it's like if we went out and like I want to be the guy that gets the kills. I want to. It's like a Heisman Trophy, you know. You come back, you want to be the guy, you know. So I sort of remember having those kind of thoughts, in a lot of operations, and not necessarily think it's wrong or anything, but I think that if I just knew all this to what I know today, and it could go back. He said, "Could you go back in time?" You know, I don't know if I would go back. I wouldn't change anything because it's led me to now, which is like everything is awesome, and it's not awesome. It's not perfect. You know, I've got some things going on that are difficult to deal with business wise and stuff like that. But overall, like it's awesome, and you know, I know the path forward is going to continue to be awesome. So I don't know if I would change it, but if I could go back, I would have been a much better operator, knowing this mindset.
Do you feel as though a lot of guys at the command struggle similarly to the way you did?
Yeah, I think a lot do. I want to say a majority of them do, but I don't have a metric to measure that. But I just know that it affects a lot. That's why we're having such a huge problem with veteran suicide. Is getting out, losing your sense of purpose, not understanding how to let go of that, and you know, guys stay attached to it. Guys take civilian jobs at the command, and they do that the rest of their life. And I respect that they do that, but it's also, if I think about myself doing it, I would be sad to think, you know, it would feel sad. Like, man, if I was never able to like detach and move on and do the things you really want to do, you know. And I'm not saying that some of them don't really want to do that. I'm just saying that that's the hard thing to do, is to let go of that life and realize like you're not doing that anymore, and you can let it go and move on. You know.
At what point in your career did you start training jujitsu seriously and consistently?
About 2019, sort of right at the tail end of COVID, or right before maybe.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so like 6 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, same here. You just got your brown belt, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a few months ago. Yeah.
How often do you train now? A couple days a week, or?
Like 3 to 4 sessions a week. Like 3 easier ones, kind of like class, and you know, rolling a few rounds after. And out of those 3, got a morning crew that are like the hard competition sort of no-gi guys in the mornings that we get a lot of lessons from this school called Standard Jiu-Jitsu in DC, that 2 guys that are really high level. The Corey brothers are just high level jiu-jitsu competitors out there now. Started as kids in the school that I go to in Virginia Beach, and then they train up there now and compete at a really high level. So we have the same guy that wrote the book, Rob.
Yeah.
Is allowed by the owner to a professor to come open in the mornings for us to learn that jiu-jitsu. And so then I combine that with the classes that we do, and then on Saturday mornings there's a really hard open mat roll I like to go.
Yeah. Do you remember ballpark of how long you were at each belt?
Yeah, I think I'm a brown belt now. It's been 6 years. So
About 2 each.
yeah, a year and a half to 2 per belt.
Yeah.
Around something like that.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite submission?
Yeah, I tend to find a lot of Kimuras. I need to work on arm bars because like that's just one that I struggle with the fundamentals of arm bars. I can find them in really non-standard positions, I guess, when we're scrambling, but like just the fundamental ones I get stuck on. So yeah, I like a lot of Kimura traps and finding my way to the back. And actually right now we're last few years we've been doing a lot of like legs too, so we can stay well rounded.
Yeah.
So that's really easy though, because to me it generally feels like most people, especially like lower belts or even some of the higher belts, when you like when we're rolling and I start like entangling legs, you can tell immediately when somebody trains a lot with it and they're comfortable there, and maybe they're even better than you, and then it's going to be a good challenge, or they just try to escape out of it at all costs. And so if I realize that, I kind of just do other jiu-jitsu and not just like tangle their legs too much.
Yeah. It is an interesting thing because from a broad spectrum of the sport standpoint, it's a newer thing. I mean, compared to like if you look at from when Royce Gracie won the first UFC to now, like in that span, leg attacks have been, now they're enormously popular, but but they weren't for a long time. In fact, they weren't even really allowed in a lot of aspects of it for a while. But it is a weird part of the component of jujitsu. Is there something that you get caught with the most?
Um, and as you get in the higher belts, you get caught less and less. But I say still arm bars are my worst. Like the guy, our owner, catches me with those all the time, like from everywhere. That's why I want to get better at it. 'Cause it's like, man, it seems so easy for him, and I struggle with it. So I think arm bars.
Yeah.
Um, like the thing about the leg entanglements is like it was good to start getting proficient at it, because it's like now I can't imagine, like if I go roll with a brown belt or a black belt that's uncomfortable, it's almost like, dude, you got to just do it.
Yeah.
You got to be well rounded enough that if somebody starts to entangle them, and but what I'm finding now is I can distract with that and find things like arm bars or some of the other fundamentals.
Do you compete at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I competed probably like 4, 5, 6 times at every belt.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit, that's cool. Have you found, like a lot of combat veterans, that jujitsu has been a big part of kind of saving your life in a way?
I wish that I avoided it when I was in the teams, because I grew up doing Muay Thai, so I was pretty proficient in, like, just went to Muay Thai, and I did some of the jujitsu, and we had people come in. DEVGRU had their program had a lot of really cool guys come in, UFC fighters and different people, and but yeah, for sure, I think that detaining people would have been a lot more efficient.
I guess I mean more from an internal struggle, like the discipline and
the discipline of it, yeah.
Yeah, well, and I think to me it's a lot like an active meditation, because the act of meditation by itself is the absence of thought and distraction, and I think it's such a brilliant way at doing that, but still exercising your mind, like because you're not focused on problems at work or at home or whatever, like you're only focused on this one thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think the profound impact that is far greater than the physical or self-defense aspect of it.
I wish I knew the practice of jiu-jitsu when I was in the teams, because I missed out on everything you just said, which is the rapid movement between struggle and solution, and even through your evolution of it is like, man, you get your ass whooped when you're a white belt and a blue belt, and you're trying to do everything with strength and ego, and you're spastic, trying to show your strength, and then you start to sort of humble down and get better and smoother and smarter, and you're still strong, but as it evolves, you're like, wow, this really is like a superpower sometimes. Yeah. Chess game, yeah, for sure. So I think that the methodology, like the method of jiu-jitsu and the like now when we train, it's like objective based and a little bit less technical based. Like, hey, if I want to pass the guard, I gotta get my shins past their shins, and then my knees past their knees, and then my hips past their hips on your way to being in positions that are going to lead to submissions, vice just when you're doing that like cartwheel shit when you're a white belt or blue belt and like trying to just like jump through somebody's guard with like spastic dynamic movements or whatever. Is for sure that would have applied to how I operated. So I think that one, yeah, it would have helped. Yeah, I wish I did. I wish I did jiu-jitsu the way I do now when I was in the team. And if you're a team guy and you're an operator and you're not, you for sure should be.
Yeah, I agree. Same with all law enforcement. I think it's such a missed opportunity, even if you have to pay for it and
whatever you got to do
on your own. Yeah, it's especially those guys. I mean, you talk about the day-to-day, like the guys who clear rooms and stuff in a law enforcement capacity do it far more than any of us ever did. Maybe not as nearly extreme environment, but like your day-to-day street cop like is going hands-on with people constantly.
Yeah.
It's like, why the fuck wouldn't you do everything you can to train as much as possible? Like your life depends on it day in, day out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you see all these YouTube videos and shit of cops wrestling with teenagers and stuff, and you're just like,
it's ridiculous.
it's like I don't even know where to start to tell you how bad you're fucking up, and it's so
Yeah.
blatantly obvious. Like
And it's so scrutinized. So if you think about like George Floyd or any of those other situations where we could argue all day how they actually died, right? We know, you know that he was like using fentanyl and different stuff, but the way that the situation pans out is like, it would just help to know that like in jiu-jitsu, I've never pinned a guy to the ground by putting my knee on the back of his neck. And I'm not saying that it's wrong for a law enforcement guy, but a knee on a belly, for sure, I can pin somebody untrained for as long as I want to.
yeah.
Or
You
knee
could,
on the middle of the back or something.
yeah, you could
And
gift
so-
wrap him, no problem, and hold him there indefinitely.
Yeah, like positionally, I think that if those guys were trained in jiu-jitsu, it would have avoided
never happened.
all of the drama of what happened.
After Shawn's show that was immensely popular, you ended up doing a personal protection detail for him in
Yeah.
Romania. You mentioned that to talk about before we sat down. I'm curious if you can kind of share how that went down.
Yeah, that was cool. Like, right when my episode was dropping in January, he hit me up and was like, "Hey, I got to go do this interview over here," and like, you don't have to say yes or anything, but if you could, it would be super helpful, And then he kind of described what he had to do. I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." But if I got to do this, I need to leave like tonight because I need to be there 24 hours ahead of you guys to do my thing. Yeah, to just check it out and situational awareness and so I didn't have any involvement in like planning and stuff for that. And then if you look into that, there's a really pretty profound thing going on there with sort of the deep state left, fueling the cancellation of their election that their guy lost, and then now the candidate Georgescu Kalin is like detained, I think, still. Crazy.
Yeah.
And completely unconstitutional. It would be the same as if right now somebody canceled our election and said, "Just kidding, Donald Trump's not the president, this other person is." You know what I mean? Like, we've had all the drama of our, inaugurations and all that stuff, or conceding, or whatever, but we're still at least like we're still the best country in the world. We still at least have our things in place. But to imagine that happening is crazy, right? So he needed to go over there and do an interview at an opportunity for, and my job was just the protection sort of guy. So, I don't do it professionally. I'm not well practiced, but, there's enough practice in there and understanding it to where I think I did all right. So I flew over there, couldn't be armed. So I had to kind of think about that. And I've been to plenty of places in Europe, places like Romania and Ukraine, different places. So I just kind of chose, my outfit based on that. Shoes that I can move around in, shoes that I can make movement in. I don't like to do dress shoes, even for like the interview part. If I need to wear a suit, I can find, the
You can
right
throw some Jordans on.
Jordans. You got Jordans. Yeah. Nice Jordans.
Yeah, fucking hey.
Yeah, the right sneakers.
Yeah.
Pack light so I can bring my bag with me, and there's no chance of any of that bullshit happening where you're like on a layover in Germany or somewhere, and they're like, "Hey, we got to tag your bag," and then you don't get it on the other end, and now you don't have your shit, right? So that actually kind of happened with some of their camping equipment. It got delayed and stuck in Amsterdam on the way there. Yeah. So I worked through that the first night while they were sleeping, but yeah, so I did my thing, seemed pretty good, showed up, and they showed up, and, we got through it, conducted the interview. I picked up a folder blade at a souvenir shop as soon as I got there, just so I could have something, right, in a situation, but without overthinking too much. It was like, hey, everything is and jiu-jitsu is a great way to talk about this, is like, it's kind of like, I thought about it as first line, second line, third line. So when doing something like that for an asset, the first line, is distance, right? And so just managing distance around that person is what I was focused on. And there was really not too many moments where I was worried about that, until afterwards. So I stayed pretty neutral in my colors. I just sort of had a beanie on for in our day to day, eating and stuff. And then when we did the interview, I had a suit on, um, in my blade sort of tucked away or whatever. But that all went well. And then it was really after the release of like the preview of that shit got weird and spun up, and sort of made a decision to like, hey guys, like the answer is let's go. We were in a fancy hotel that was a distance away from the airport. If you really think about the deep state and all the cronies and George Soros funded bullshit that they do, I had to really consider that to go, hey, this case I could assume that just like we had, where like the FBI and Department of Justice was being used against a candidate, by one side. You got to assume that like we can't trust the police if there's a situation, that escalates into violence, right? Because they might be bad guys. They might have the ability to stop our plane from taking off if they realize, what we're doing, which is to expose some of the truth in this interview, right, with this candidate. And so I had all those things like considered, and at the same time having awareness around us at all times. So yeah, there was times where, and it was good because he needed to focus on what he was doing, right? And there was times where a couple guys in suits were looking at us, a couple times where some civilians were looking at us. Pretty easy to tell if they recognize him and they're fans or whatever, or if they're not. And I'm like, okay, hey, let's just try to move away and see what happens, and if they're gonna follow or whatever. Didn't happen too much. We were pretty low key, but that hotel was fancy. There was at least like one guy in there that I recognized, like a Russian dude. I don't know if he was an oligarch or something, or a media guy or something. What, so I do my normal thing. And in Europe, it's easy to make buddies with people just by smoking cigarettes with them, right? You can get a little bit of trust just by smoking cigarettes with the driver, the hotel staff. Tip them really well, up front. So they're kind of on your side. You can kind of make buddies out of them. So that was a good way to have awareness too, of like hey. Find certain ways to express to those guys that like, hey, I'm your contact for this group of guys. So, we're here checking out Romania, and just it's a good way to one just sort of like get in with the locals, kind of trust it, but not being too weird or squirrely about anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 for sure. And
So,
obviously,
like,
it went well.
Yeah, so it went well. We left right at the right time. It was like, hey, we were going to stay another night, kind of go out to dinner and do stuff. But when the sort of preview of the interview dropped, it kind of blew up, and it was like just this kind of feeling, this intuitional feeling of like, hey, this is now people are going to know where we're at. So we either need to get into a hotel closer to the airport or just get out of here and go, just get out of country. So that's what we did, and it was the right timing because everything kind of spun up in the country right after that. Mass protests and, people showing up to the hotel looking for us,
I see.
Yeah, so it felt a little dicey, but we were on the plane when we saw this. So it was a good feeling to know that like that was the right decision.
Yeah.
It's like, because, my point to anything with that kind of stuff and tactics is that when does the worst stuff happen, like even on like missions? It's usually when we get complacent. Like we're done with the target, right? Cool, we're smoking cigarettes and we're on our way out, and then we get into a big tick or something, on the way out, or same thing with deployments is like, man, okay, hey, we're in the last week of deployment. We got a couple missions left. Let's not get complacent. Be real careful because that's when shitty things happen.
Yeah. No two ways about it. It's cool that you did that, and that he asked you to do it. That's awesome. All right, so moving on to your entrepreneurship, Be Free Craft Ice Cream. Where did that idea come from, and what spawned that?
I always grew up being in the kitchen, and so and then as a child, and then through my adulthood, like ice cream's just my favorite thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like most team guys had some hobby. There's always somebody doing something in their off time.
Yeah.
Besides just playing video games or whatever.
You're probably the first craft ice cream chef coming
Yeah.
out of Dam Neck, I think.
Yeah, that's the cool thing is that like we all have different things, but I like to think I'm the first guy to get into ice cream, so that's cool. And then it's like, hey, once I realized that it's working and that people are interested in it, seem to like it at my cafe locally, and now we've got this. This just happened, but we're working on it still, so I don't want to jinx it, but it is happening. We're going into distribution of, in that game you start with pints of ice cream on the shelves, and so we're working on. I don't want to say too much, because we still got a lot to do in these deals with these contracts and stuff. But we've got a co-manufacturer, a co-packer that's really good. I've got the designs and the packaging all kind of in the works. I've got the team built. Raising the capital for it, and it's all kind of developing and being structured right as we speak. But the cool thing is that like it's committed, it's happening for sure. The green light has happened, and so that's happened probably years before I anticipated it after opening this cafe.
Yeah.
And we've been open for 8 months, and now we're going into this. So
That's amazing, man. That's super cool.
But yeah, I got into it. It just became my favorite thing. I was obsessed with ice cream.
Yeah.
It became my obsession.
Like the first batch that you made that kind of spawned that idea, what was it? And did you make it like in your kitchen?
Yeah, I made it in my kitchen. So it was Strawberry Festival season in Virginia Beach around this time every year. There's this big festival that's awesome. We could take the kids right down the street into Pungo, which is like the farmland of southern Virginia Beach, and we live kind of right there. That's just around the time where I was like, hey, I developed, so COVID happened, and I wanted to do it before that, but everything was closed down. So I was like, I can't sell ice cream right now. I can't. So I spent that time getting on YouTube, learning how to build a business plan and branding stuff. And so that gave me some time to really figure out the name, the branding, and there was like an exercise to all of that stuff. So it wasn't just, hey, I started it one day and then the next day, I've got a logo and a brand, it's just, so it gave me some time. And then when strawberry season came that year, it coincided with everything opening back up and the country kind of, letting go of the masks and the fucking, like opening all the restaurants back up and stuff like that. So I was like, hey, I'm just going to start doing it right now. And I copied some of the drop style culture that some of my other buddies were doing with their products and going, hey, I'm just going to hype up a flavor. I'm going to make it, hype it up, start the Instagram page, one post, you know what I mean? One follower. Yeah. So it was pretty depressing back then, but here a couple of years later, we've got a decent following and it's grown, it grows fast. And so I just launched a strawberry shortcake flavor with strawberries I use from the farms and, sold like 50 pints of it. So my first ice cream sale was 50 pints of strawberry shortcake ice cream. And I just used a spreadsheet to, people would DM me and organize pickups through the week.
Wow. So
then I just had to shift my life and my routine around those pickups for like a year and a half of doing that. Yeah. It was tough.
Yeah.
And fast forward after that, I decided, hey, let's move this into a commercial kitchen, get everything sort of legal and certified and licensed and all this stuff. And so I did that, and we just kept it going. I got some help with a couple of chefs helping me at that time, and we just kept it going. We did a new flavor every single week.
Oh, wow.
And hyped it up, and so we'd sell out of the flavors or not sell out, but then I started wholesaling it to different places. A local brewery, there was an old teammate friend of mine, Red Squadron guy, started Bold Mariner.
Oh, okay.
It's the best brewery in Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
For beer, and they make Frogman Lager. Have you ever had that?
I haven't.
It's so good. It's in Harris Teeter.
Oh, nice.
Regionally. So, the co-owner, his wife, Carrie, she loves ice cream too, so she wanted an ice cream. So they built a mini ice cream shop inside the brewery, and that was my first opportunity to like wholesale ice cream to somebody. Awesome. So it's still there. You can still get my ice cream there. We deliver every couple of weeks to them. And then it gave me an opportunity to just kind of do a little more. And so we just kept doing that until the lease opportunity happened for the cafe that I built.
Yeah, that's super cool. I love to hear it. Do you have a favorite flavor that you've made?
Yeah, I have some pretty cool, creative flavors. Like we came up with this one recently called it was like peanut butter pork belly, like peanut butter bacon.
Oh, no shit.
So good. I think it's going to do good in HEB,
Yeah.
Texas.
Awesome.
Like that's
Yeah,
part of
probably will. Throw
part of
some
the-
gravy in there. It'll definitely sell.
Yeah. But my favorite is Millie Mint cookie chip, which is named after Kyle Milliken.
Oh, that's cool.
Because he was a big sweet tooth like
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
He used to give me like like bags of whoopie pies that he brought on deployment. It's awesome. And like I wasn't his best friend in the team or anything, but I just looked up to him so much. You know what I mean? He was probably the best of the guys that us newer guys looked up to as an example. So he was just efficient at everything and life too. So it was just one of the earlier ways that I thought of to sort of like memorialize teammates with what I do, which is ice cream. So it's like, what if I just name you gotta have a mint chocolate chip flavor.
Yeah.
You gotta have vanilla, you gotta have a chocolate, all those pistachio. I worked really hard on the pistachio. I think it's the best pistachio out there.
Yeah.
But that's my favorite flavor because it just means a lot to me.
Does Be Free have a mission statement or this is what separates us from Ben and Jerry's or fucking Haagen-Dazs or whatever?
Yeah, the mission statement has evolved a little bit, but the gist of the mission statement is, to identify that in order to be truly free in your life, it is worth going through the struggle of understanding what your purpose is, right? And then releasing yourself of anything that distracts you from that whatsoever, right? In an effort to truly free yourself, right? And by freedom, I really mean like finding the the way to living in the life of your dreams, right? The best that you can. Like there's going to be obstacles and everything, but that's the real concept of being free per se. Of course, there's patriotic freedom as well. You know what I mean? But over time, when I first created that name was before all of the sort of awakening that I could like clear myself of all of these addictions and stuff just through self-resolution. And for sure, now I understand that God's been with me the whole time. So you asked a question earlier about the darkness and stuff that I attached to in the teams is what I realize now is that I did not have a relationship with God in those moments, right? And so what I've realized now is like the closer I walk to God, the more happens, right? And when I distance myself from God, then it goes to shit. And that's the way that it works, and because it's all because of God. So I never was really responsible for any of this stuff, awesome stuff happening, right? And I just didn't understand that back then, but I was at least given the grace during that time to now get to this understanding that, holy shit, like you got to have a relationship with God in order for it to be free at all. There's no chance if you don't, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's super powerful. I appreciate you sharing it. From a product itself standpoint, do you have like a gatekeeping or like a stringency to only certain ingredients, like we only do organic or we don't have any artificial anything? Like do you
Yeah, so the goal with distribution now is like our ingredients are pretty clean for the cafe, but even the formula for that ice cream is different because it doesn't have to hold the same shelf life in the same container. Like it's in pans of ice cream served at a shop temperature. So I have the ability to adjust the formulas because I went to school and got sort of a formal education on that,
cool.
which is it was at Penn State, and it was a short time after I started my contracting work. I took some leave and went to that. That was planned. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I just knew that someday I needed that.
Yeah.
That was tough to go tell my wife, I'm going to go spend a bunch of cash on this school and I'm going to use it in some way. So fast forward to now, she's like, oh, I get it. I am using it. So, the goal with, as we develop this is I got to go to a co-manufacturer with, a rep that I've brought on that's got some experience in this industry, right? And combine that with like a national retail broker that's brought a lot of really cool brands to market that I got in with, and like that was a miracle moment for me.
Sure.
That for sure was a God moment. Pitching my business plan for the next 3 to 5 years for national distribution, to become a $100 million ice cream brand within 3 to 5 years was like, that was my pitch. Yeah. So that happened. We're still working through that stuff, but like it's happening. So it's awesome. But the goal is that to try to keep as clean label as possible. Yeah. Right now it's a full fat, full dairy ice cream. Like just my sugar is is lower. I don't need it to be packed with sugar like Ben and Jerry's is, but and then the brand that really stands for something in an aisle full of ice cream brands that don't really feel like they stand for much, in my opinion. So
yeah, I love it. I too would say ice cream is my favorite dessert, delicacy, if you will. I don't know if you've tried Three Bears or heard of it.
No, I haven't yet.
I've got some actually in the freezer here. I'd love to try
Go
yours,
eat it.
but
Yeah. I'll ship you some ice cream after this.
that would be awesome. It won't go to waste. I promise you that. Yeah. But that's been my favorite, just because it's kind of similarly. They're like old school ice cream. Like they don't even use sugar. They use raw honey. For all of their sweetening.
Oh, I have heard of that.
Yeah,
I have heard of that because it's all
it's
sweetened
like
with honey.
Heavy cream, egg yolks, honey. Like there's no bullshit artificial ingredients whatsoever, and it's really good. But
so that's how mine will be.
Yeah.
It gets tough in the cafe when I use like Oreos, and I've got to have that whole list on there. So we'll try to source that from people that make it, a version that's simple.
Yeah. What haven't I asked you that I should have?
I don't know. I think we've gone through a bunch.
Gone through everything.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to mention before we give you your swag here? It's not a gun, but but it is something to memorialize the show from.
No, it's all good. I think I'm ready.
Let's get you set up here. So I asked you before we started, subdued or shiny. That's what's in this black box. Big thanks to John Johnston and Champion Choice Silver.
All right.
As well as
thank you, man. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, you're probably outside of the range of the mic if you want to lean back to open.
Yeah, I got some challenge coins I'm getting made.
Awesome.
So I'll send you back a couple, but that's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's just a show coin and then kind of a memento to throw on with your shit kickers.
Wow, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, to memorialize being on the show, and I can't thank you enough for coming on and sharing your story and taking time out of your schedule. I know you're super busy, and I'm looking forward to grabbing dinner with you here in a little bit. And just want to say thanks for coming, and it's been great getting to know you.
Yeah, back at you, man. It's been awesome.
Yeah,
I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, cool. No, absolutely. To the listener and viewer, I hope you enjoyed the story and the few hours that we spent together. As always, you know that if you didn't, you can choke yourself. And until next time. This is Mic Drop.